Rastafari.
Come be a part of
Torah and Rasiadonis Society,
where Hebrew feels like home.
Yes. Shavua Tov. Yeah. Might have to call it late night, early morning Torah studies. Right here. This is Yadin right here for this new sabbatical study, this Torah portion, the ninth sabbatical study. Wayyesheb. Greetings. What you think? Late night, early morning, early dawning, late night, early dawning Torah studies right here. Here we're in the ninth sabbatical study for this Shabbat strong. Here we have Wayyesheb. Interesting here in the season, the daily Psalm 94. I think it's verse 14? It's the Ethiopia connection, Ethiopia hidden in some versions of Psalm 74th Psalm. Also looking forward to one of our first, what they call it, what we call it, bar mitzvah, right? Bar mitzvah, hail up, lone wolf and lion's cub, you know what I mean? The lion cub right there, they're there. Looking forward. Hopefully for Mondays and Thursdays, we can have a little round table among some of the Chaverim disciples, fellow Torah scholars, especially as we move into a new Torah reading and feeding, to kind of reflect on the previous Torah reading and feeding. But here, without much further ado, keep this short and tight right here. We pick up with chapter 37 for this Torah reading and feeding.
Jacob dwelt in the land wherein his father was a stranger. Jacob dwelt in the land wherein his father was a stranger. Jacob dwelt in the land wherein his father. Jacob dwelt in the land wherein his father was a stranger. Jacob dwelt in the land wherein his father was a stranger. Jacob dwelt in the land wherein his father was in the land of Canaan, 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 in the land of Canaan. Chapter 37. And Jacob dwelt in the land wherein his father was a stranger, in the land of Canaan. These are the generations of Jacob. Joseph, being 17 years old, was feeding the flock with his brethren, and the lad was with the sons of Bilhah and with the sons of Zilpah, his father's wives. And Joseph brought unto his father their evil report. Now Israel loved Joseph more than all his children, because he was the son of his old age, and he made him a coat of many colors. And when his brethren saw that their father loved him more than all his brethren, they hated him, and could not speak peaceably unto him. And Joseph dreamed a dream, and he told it his brethren, and they hated him yet the more. And he said unto them, Hear, I pray you, this dream which I have dreamed. For behold, we were binding sheaves in the field, and lo, my sheaf arose and also stood upright, and behold, your sheaves stood round about and made obeisance to my sheaf. And his brethren said to him, Shalt thou indeed reign over us? Or shalt thou indeed have dominion over us? And they hated him yet the more for his dreams and for his words. And he dreamed yet another dream, and told it his brethren, and said, Behold, I have dreamed a dream more. And behold, the sun and the moon and the 11 stars made obeisance to me. And he told it to his father and to his brethren. And his father rebuked him, and said unto him, What is this dream that thou hast dreamed? Shall I and thy mother and thy brethren indeed come to bow down ourselves to thee to the earth? And his brethren envied him. But his father observed the saying. And his brethren went to feed their father's flock in Shechem. And Israel said unto Joseph, Do not thy brethren feed the flock in Shechem? Come, and I will send thee unto them. And he said to him, Here am I. And he said to him, Go, I pray thee, see whether it be well with thy brethren and well with the flocks, and bring me word again. So he sent him out of the vale of Hebron, and he came to Shechem. And a certain man found him, and behold, he was wandering in the field. And the man asked him, saying, What seekest thou? And he said, I seek my brethren. Tell me, I pray thee, where they feed their flocks. And the man said, They are departed hence, for I heard them say, Let us go to Dothan. And Joseph went after his brethren, and found them in Dothan. And when they saw him afar off, even before he came near unto them, they conspired against him to slay him. And they said one to another, Behold, this dreamer cometh. Come now, therefore, and let us slay him, and and cast him into some pit, and we will say some evil beast hath devoured him. And we shall see what will become of his dreams. And Reuben heard it, and he delivered him out of their hands, and said, Let us not kill him. And Reuben said unto them, Shed no blood, but cast him into this pit that is in the wilderness, and lay no hand upon him, that he might rid him out of their hands, to deliver him to his father again. And it came to pass, when Joseph was come unto his brethren, that they stripped Joseph out of his coat of many colors that was on him, and they took him and cast him into a pit. And the pit was empty, there was no water in it. And they sat down to eat bread. And they lifted up their eyes and looked, and behold, a company of Ishmaelites came from Gilead, with their camels bearing spicery and balm and myrrh, going to carry it down to Egypt. And Judah said unto his brethren, What profit is it if we slay our brother and conceal his blood? Come, and let us sell him to the Ishmaelites, and let not our hand be upon him, for he is our brother and our flesh. And his brethren were content. Then there passed by Midianites merchantmen, and they drew and lifted up Joseph out of the pit, and sold Joseph to the Ishmaelites for 20 pieces of silver. And they brought Joseph into Egypt. And Reuben returned unto the pit, and behold, Joseph was not in the pit. And he rent his clothes. And he returned unto his brethren, and said, The child is not, and I, whither shall I go? And they took Joseph's coat, and killed a kid of the goats, and dipped the coat in the blood. And they sent the coat of many colors, and they brought it to their father, and said, This have we found. Know now whether it be thy son's coat or no. And he knew it, and said, It is my son's coat. An evil beast hath devoured him. Joseph is without doubt rent in pieces. And Jacob rent his clothes, and put sackcloth upon his loins, and mourned for his son many days. And all his sons and all his daughters rose up to comfort him. But he refused to be comforted, and he said, For I will go down into the grave unto my son, mourning. Thus his father wept for him. And the Midianites sold him into Egypt unto Potiphar, an officer of Pharaoh's and captain of the guard.
Wayyesheb, Wayyesheb, and he dwelt. Wayyesheb, this 9th sabbatical study for this Shabbat.
Chapter 38.
Yes.
And it came to pass at that time that Judah went down from his brethren, and turned into a certain Adullamite, whose name was Hira. And Judah saw there a daughter of a certain Canaanite, whose name was Shua, and he took her, and went in unto her. And she conceived, and bare a son, and he called his name And she conceived again, and bare a son, and she called his name Onan. And she yet again conceived, and bare a son, and called his name Shelah. And he was at Chezib when she bare him. And Judah took a wife for his firstborn, whose name was Tamar. And Judah's firstborn, was wicked in the sight of the Lord, and the Lord slew him. And Judah said unto Onan, Go in unto thy brother's wife, and marry her, and raise up seed to thy brother. And Onan knew that the seed should not be his. And it came to pass, when he went in unto his brother's wife, that he spilled it on the ground, lest that he should give seed to his brother. And the thing which he did displeased the Lord, wherefore he slew him also. Then said Judah to Tamar his daughter-in-law, Remain a widow at thy father's house, till Shelah my son be grown. For he said, Lest peradventure he die also, as his brethren did. And Tamar went and dwelt in her father's house. And in process of time, the daughter of Shua, Judah's wife, died. And Judah was comforted, and went up unto his sheep shearers to Timnath, he and his friend Hira the Adullamite. And it was told Tamar, saying, Behold, thy father-in-law goeth up to Timnath to shear his sheep. And she put her widow's garments off from her, and covered her with a veil, and wrapped herself, and sat in an open place which is by the way to Timnath. for she saw that Shelah was grown, and she was not given unto him to wife. When Judah saw her, he thought her to be an harlot, because she had covered her face. And he turned unto her by the way, and said, Go to, I pray thee, let me come in unto thee. For he knew not that she was his daughter-in-law. And she said, What wilt thou give me, that thou mayest come in unto me? And he said, I will send thee a kid from the flock. And she said, Wilt thou give me a pledge till thou send it? And he said, What pledge shall I give thee? And she said, Thy signet, and thy bracelets, and thy staff that is in thine hand. And he gave it her, and came in unto her, and she conceived by him. And she arose, and went away, and laid by her veil from her, and put on the garments of her widowhood. And Judah sent the kid by the hand of his friend the Adullamite, to receive his pledge from the woman's hand. But he found her not. Then he asked the men of that place, saying, Where is the harlot that was openly by the wayside? And they said, There was no harlot in this place. And he returned to Judah and said, I cannot find her. And also the men of the place said that there was no harlot in this place. And Judah said, Let her take it to her, lest we be shamed. Behold, I sent this kid, and thou hast not found her. And it came to pass, about 3 months after, that it was told Judah, saying, Tamar, thy daughter-in-law, hath played the harlot, and also, behold, she is with child by whoredom. And Judah said, Bring her forth, and let her be burnt. When she was brought forth, she sent to her father-in-law, saying, By the man whose these are, am I with child. And she said, Discern, I pray thee, whose are these, the signet, and bracelets, and staff. And Judah acknowledged them, and said, She hath been more righteous than I, because that I gave her not to Shelah my son. And he knew her again no more. And it came to pass in the time of her travail, that behold, twins were in her womb. And it came to pass when she travailed, that the one put out his hand, and the midwife took and bound upon his hand a scarlet thread, saying, This came out first. And it came to pass, as he drew back his hand, that behold, his brother came out. And she said, How hast thou broken forth? This breach be upon thee. Therefore his name was called Pharez. And afterward came out his brother that had the scarlet thread upon his hand, and his name was called Zerah.
Yes, 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 yes. So here with the 9th sabbatical study, Shabbat Strong. Here, Wayyesheb, Wayyesheb, Wa and Yesheb. Yesheb from Yashab means to sit, to dwell. So, and he dwelt. Here, picking up right here with this Torah reading and feeding the 9th sabbatical study. Jacob, patriarch Jacob, he's dwelling. He settles. He settled down. He's settling down in the land. And wow, so much going on in these 2 chapters right here. But picking up for continuity purposes from Wayyeshlach, and he sent the previous Torah reading and feeding. And still have to review some of what has gone on there for continuity. You know, how does it connect right here? First of all, let the elders that rule well be counted worthy of double honor, especially those who labor in the word and doctrine. So shalom, Yeshua shalom, shalom to those who love shalom, those who love Yeshua. Right, and no peace to the wicked, saith Elohai, saith my God. Amen, amen. So here, with this Torah reading and feeding right here, let's just get some of this up on the screen right here, Chaverim. Wow. It says, until they confess all the lies they said against you to gain favor, they'll never know peace. No, just on the peace move right there. There's no peace, saith Yahweh, to the wicked. This is why we open up with saying shalom to those who love Yeshua, those who love shalom, right? Those who love Yeshua, shalom, and no peace to the wicked. You know, no peace to the wicked. No peace. And also the honors to those elders, you know, especially to those double honors, those who have labored in the word and the true teaching, the true doctrine. Yes. So right here, with this Torah reading and feeding, we have We have the brothers of Joseph. Basically, we have the Israelites. What did the Israelites do? And this is when this is Israel young, right? This is Israel young. Now, the previous Torah portion, the eighth sabbatical study, Wayyeshlach. For continuity, right here, let's touch on this right here. Wayyeshlach, and he sent. So we had previously Genesis, right? Here we had Genesis chapter 32, verse 3 to 36, 43. Right? So now here we pick up, right? This is the prophets reading Obadiah. Give thanks to the co-laboring, disciples, to Ras Sahar Achad for the Obadiah reading, and Ras Ayason Tafari for the Brit Chadasha reading. Also to Ras Baruchu Tafari, for the assistance and, getting the promos, circulated and shared, and also to others who also, share and repost on their social media for others who might be so interested. But here we had previously Jacob, he sent presents. Remember, Jacob has sent presents, to his strange and estranged brother. Remember Esau and Jacob, the previous Torah portion. Also the wrestling at Peniel. Even the audible right there, as we pick up right here with this ninth sabbatical study, Wayyesheb, we find that Joseph it also has the gift of not just having dreams, but interpreting these dreams, and these dreams, being as prophetic visions of things to come. You remember with Jacob, he left his uncle's house, Laban, evil Uncle Whitey, Laban's house, right? But it was at Laban's house that Jacob, became a real family man. He sought to marry Rachel, but married her sister, the sister Leah and Rachel, and then the handmaids, and then now we have 12 sons, and there's one daughter. Now the daughter, of course, is Dinah, and we have the incident in the previous Torah portion. But just concerning the continuity here, we have Jacob. Remember, Yaakov, in the previous Torah portion, in the seventh sabbatical study, Y8A, right? And he exited and he went out. So from the seventh, we have Jacob exiting from his family home because of, the strife and the back and forth with Esau, and Esau is murderous because of the that he sold his birthright, and lost his blessing, and he's blaming Jacob for it, lying on Jacob, saying that Jacob stole it when he actually Esau sold it. Ain't that something? He said that Jacob stole it, but Esau actually sold it. But remember when he left from the seventh sabbatical study, when he left, he went to this place, the spot that was called Luz, Luz. And later on now, it's now known as Bethel, right? There was a place called Luz, right? It was formerly known as Luz, Luz. And then, it's renamed because of the incident when Yaakov, when he also had a dream, right? And he saw this ladder from earth to the heavens, and the Melakim, the messengers, representatives called in Christianity and the Western Gentile world angels. And here's where a lot of confusion comes in. Is it angel or messenger? Which one is better to just understand the plain, the truth, the narrative of it? Angels, and have all these kind of fables, about angels with wings and chiffon robes and looking a little effeminate and all this garbage. Or actually what the Hebrew says, messengers. So the messengers of Elohim, the messengers of God, ascending and descending, Melakim, and at the top of this ladder, right, he saw Yahweh standing, Nitzab, at the top of the ladder. Now, what's interesting about that from the seventh sabbatical study, here we're in the ninth, so just a kind of a review right here. In the seventh sabbatical study, right, he had this dream of the angels ascending and descending. Now, 20 years pass at his uncle, his mother's brother's house, where he becomes like a family man. He has 11 sons, one daughter, right? So he moves forward from there to the eighth sabbatical study right here that we have open right here on the screen. Jacob, right? After he left, he sent presents, right, to appease Esau. And as we mentioned before, there was a threefold, right? A threefold preparation, right? In the narrative, you might miss over it, but there's a threefold preparation. You have to remember, 20 years later, he is still thinking that, man, my brother Esau, this whole thing, he's kind of traumatized on a level, especially after what he had been through. Him and the family, for that matter, with his uncle, right? So he's very prepared, right? He's looking ahead, right? So he prays, right? Then he sent presents, gifts to appease Esau, right? And also prepares as best as possible with like 11 little children, not little, but they are, fairly little. Remember, this is what we try to decipher the ages, because we have to decipher the ages in the Shechem incident. Remember Jacob when he reaches Shechem and what happens with Shechem? Shechem, the son, and Hamor, the father, and the Shechemites. But when Jacob, right, reaches the next spot, right, he wrestles with this man, right, and then after he wrestles this man, he says that he has met, right, he has seen God face to face, and his life is preserved. This happens at Peniel, right? Now, Jacob then goes on to meet Esau, right? Now, Jacob, instead of going straight to his father's gates, he stops off in this place, Shechem. He purchases a field and all of that. And, he purchases he purchases a field and he, settles down. And here's what's interesting. We might not pick up on it, but when he left from Laban, his uncle, he said he was going to his father's house. Did he go there? Yeah, he went there eventually, but he didn't go there straightway, right? These are little details that sometimes we miss in the narrative, but when we actually begin to see it, it begins to become more real. We're like, oh, yeah. You forgot that, right? That he said he was going to his father's house, right? But he seems to take a little detour after the meeting with Esau. And he ends up in this place called Shechem. And in this place called Shechem, right, he reaches Shechem, right? There's an incident where his daughter, the daughter of Yaakov, Dinah, right, she gets, according to the scripture, the translation, she gets defiled. Or literally, she's made unclean, right, because of this sexual incident. Now, some call it as the RAPE, the rape, you know. Some say that it might not have been a rape, but from the sons of Israel perspectives, the brothers of Dinah, right, this thing should not have been done. I mean, you want to marry our sister, right? There's a process for it. Like, notice when Jacob, when he saw Rachel, he didn't just go and push up on her and just have sexual intercourse. No, he negotiated with the father, right? And see, that goes back to even the previous, concerning Abraham and the sister wife incident, and then also with his son Yitzhak, Isaac, and the sister wife incident. So it's like different people have different customs. You know what I mean? Different people have different, it's like we think like it's common sense. Well, it's only common sense if you're of those people. Remember with Jacob, right? Jacob, he said his wages would be the marriage to Rachel. This is the one that he loved. But then on his wedding night, the father, his uncle, evil Uncle Whitey Laban, he slips in the older sister, right? And that was Leah, and right there. And then when Jacob asked, like, why did you do this to me? You know what I'm saying? And then Laban said, it's not our custom to do in this country to marry the younger before the older. Now, after like 7 years of work, right, after this agreement, he changed the agreement. Remember, Jacob says that Laban changed his wages like 10 times, right? Can we count those 10 times? Can we see those 10 times? Or how many of the times of the change of wages? The first time definitely is the whole thing about Rachel, right? He wanted to marry Rachel. He made it clear that he loved Rachel, so forth and so on. And then at the last minute on the wedding day, right, slip in, right, the older sister Leah. Right. So now he works another 7 years, 14 years. Right. Then he works another 6 years. So 14 plus 6, 20 years. And he stays 20 years out there. You know what I mean? So these customs, right? So now when he reaches Shechem, right, he reaches the place called Shechem, right? He settles down. So he didn't go straight to his father's house, right? He settled in another place, right? And this incident happens to his daughter Dinah, right? And this is a controversial part of scripture, right? Some question whether she really was, RAPE, or whether it was consensual. We don't really know whether it was consensual. What wasn't consented to, right, was any sort of marriage, right? That was not consented to. So, in other words, in the Israelite view, right, or the sons of Jacob view, right, that they did things, these other peoples, these Canaanites that were in the land, they did things opposite. They did things in a different way. First I have sex with your daughter, and then you know what? I like her, right? So I want to marry her. But this was just totally like opposite of the way the sons of Jacob view it. So who's right here? Was it the Canaanites? So somebody just had sex with your sister and then say, hey, I want to marry her, right? And notice something, that when Hamor, the father, which his name means donkey, right? Ass, jackass, Hamor, and Shechem, the son who defiled Dinah, right? They came along to negotiate. Where was Dinah? Where was she? Did they bring Dinah along and say, hey, me and your daughter, we want to get married? You know what I mean? They could have done something like that, but that's not what was done. She was still in the house when the sons took their vengeance or vengeance. So Dinah's brothers, right, the sons of Jacob, they avenged their sister, right? So it keeps repeating in the narrative that she was defiled. The word is tameh. Tameh is the operative word to be unclean, right? So this was not clean. This was not proper. This was defiling. So therefore, even that defiling in the sons of Jacob's eyes was considered as an RAPE and rape, right? And they acted on it. And even when the father, Jacob, the patriarch, very interesting, he says, like, y'all have made my name stink, and I, and I, and I, and I, and I. Jacob is very kind of self-conscious, focused, But then something that the sons say, they say, should they treat our sister, Dinah, as a harlot? That's the question they asked the father. And it doesn't seem that the father had any answer for that. He must have agreed, like, yeah, that's a point, but y'all have really, made my name to stink, and the people of the land, like, he was afraid. Jacob was afraid. All right. Now you have to understand, Jacob was in a traumatizing situation for almost 20 something years. He has a family. He's trying to work to support his family. He's working for his uncle. His uncle keeps changing up his wages. You know what I mean? And it came to the point where maybe they wouldn't have anything when they finally left. And who knows? Laban could have taken back the daughters and the children and just kicked Jacob out. But Jacob, he was wise. He went to his two wives, Rachel, Rachel, and Leah, and he explained to them the situation, right? And they seem to be agreed that the father, their father, is very deceptive, very tricky, and in a sense has treated them evil, almost sold them for nothing. In other words, that means if they left, they would not have anything. Can you imagine? You working, you having a family, starting a family, you think like, yeah, I'm working, making some money, and I'm gonna have something at the end, and then you find that what's my paycheck? What the hell? This is my paycheck. I thought I was supposed to get this. What do you do? Right? Well, Yahweh, right, was on Jacob's side. Jehovah, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, was on Jacob's side and told him to return. And then he returns to Bethel. Now remember Bethel. Remember what Bethel is? Bait, or Beth. Beth, Beth is usually like daughter, right? Bat is daughter, Bayit. So in the Hebrew, Bat, daughter, Bait is house. But Bait El is the house of God. You remember what Bethel was? Bethel was where Jacob had the dream, the vision, the dream, the close encounter, in this awesome and dreadful place. And he says he didn't know this place was so dreadful, so awesome, so terrible, because in this place, right, was Yahweh, right, was the God of his father and of his grandfather, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, right? And then right after that particular incident there, after he returned to Bethel where he had the original vision. Now you can imagine that in the previous Torah reading and feeding before he left his uncle's house, he told his wives of the situation, and they said, do whatever Yahweh tells you to do it. You know what I mean? Because it's a survival, right? You have to understand, in this ancient context, it was a survival thing, a survival thing. And even Yahweh was on his side. It's a beautiful moment when we consider the back and forth, the baby bearing competition between the two sisters. We will think that they were like angry, they hated each other. Well, they were in competition, right? In that sense, to bear, right, children, and to, I guess you say, gain the love of Jacob. But it seems as though when it came down to matters of practical application of funds and resources, they were on Jacob's side, that Jacob needs to do whatever he needs to do. And Yahweh was on his side as well, the dream, the vision, concerning what he was doing to make sure he increased, what he was working for, his portion, because he had already increased Laban, his uncle's, what he said to his uncle. He said when he came out there, his uncle only had a little bit, like you working for your uncle, and his business is a small business, but then you start working there and it increases, right? And you think, well, surely some of this must be for, some of this profit, just a portion for myself and for my family, for your daughter, my wife, your daughters, my wives, and our children, because he's having all the children were born out there. Now, note that too, that the 11 sons of Jacob and the one daughter, they was born, we could say, in that sense, outside the land in Pandan Aram, right? Just to make note, check that. Now, as they continue journeying, right, Rachel, right, she has her second son. After she had the first one was Joseph. You get it? You see the connection here, Joseph, right? The first child that Rachel had from her womb, from her matrix, was Joseph. And she says something very, very interesting, right? She says something very, very interesting. She says, hold on for a moment. Let's go there right here. And just for continuity purposes, bring this up right here. Give me one moment, y'all. Right here, here. And let's go to Joseph. Let's find where's the first place we have Joseph in the scripture. There we go, right there. Here we go. Right? Genesis chapter 30, verse 24. And she, Rachel, called his name Yosef and said, Yahweh shall add to me another son. That's interesting, right? Let's dip down in this. Let's dip down in this for a moment right here. Let's go right here. So remember, after the birth, right? Now notice even the pattern. So here in Pandanaram, at Laban, at his uncle's house, right, his mother's brother's house, right, the 11 sons were born, and then we have the 12th child is a daughter, right? So one daughter among 11 sons, and afterwards she bare a daughter and called her name Dinah, right? Called her name Judgment. Get it? Called the name Judgment. Actually, that means judgment, but it's like the execution of judgment. So it was Leah, right? It was Leah, right, who had her last son, right? And she said, Elohim hath endued me a good dowry. Now will my husband dwell with me, because I have borne him 6 sons. And she called his name Zebulun. Here often brought out in translation as dwelling. It has a sense of a dowry, right? Has a sense of a dowry, sense of dowry. We can get into some of the specifics need to, right? But here I want to focus your attention on this word ish, ish, right? Ish, right? Man, right? Man, right? So she says, now will ishi, right? Okay, let me point something else to you right here for a moment. We're going to go back to this right here. But for ishi, right? Not ish, not ish. Ishi is Amharic and it means okay, right? Ishi, right? Ishi means my man or my husband, right? Here we go, sons of Ish. Now this is a different, this is Yisha'i. This is Yisha'i. He saves me, Yisha'i. Not the same. But you see, in English, it looks the same, right? In English, it looks the same. You see, in English, it looks the same. Just have to repeat that right there. In English, it looks the same. Let's scroll down here. Let's scroll down here. So some it says study to show yourself approved, right? Some who are not studying might show themselves disapproved because they're not. Okay, here we go. It's on this page here. Here we go. Let's get to the Ishi. There we go. You see the Ishi? Hosea 2:16. And it shall be at that day, saith Yahweh, thou shalt call me Ishi. So this is Ishi, not Ishi. Ishi. So this is why the vowels matter and all that nonsense, all that kind of trying to superimpose A-E-I-O-U learning English, English on Hebraic, right? And thou shalt call me Ishi, right? Ishi, right? From Ish to Ishi. So Ish, man, Ishi. But this is man. Remember, there's 4 words for man. You pointed out there's 4 words for man in the Hebrew. This right here is man in the higher sense, right? Adam is just man in the basic sense, just rank and file. Adam is just like basic man. So we say Ben Adam, son of man, we're basically saying just basically a human being, right? When we say Ish, right, we mean like a man of a standing, a man of some responsibility, a standing. In this context here is husband, right? So the first context of Ish being a little higher than just Adam. See, Adam is man. We can go back to Genesis, right, in the garden when Adam, when the woman was brought forward to Adam, when the woman that Yahweh had built, operative word, that he had built. See, when it says that man was formed from the dust of the ground, man was squeezed. Right? Tells something about the difference between male and female on a certain level, right? Hebraically, the man was squeezed, he was formed, he was squeezed, he was pressed, right? It's a pressure. Pressure makes diamonds, right? He was pressed, right? Many men have found, even by experience, that it's going through these pressures of life that you really get to recognize, okay, what is man, right? What is man that thou art mindful of him? But here, notice that Leah, when she says husband, she doesn't say the usual word for husband. The usual Afro-Shemitic word for husband, right? So notice right here, champion, great man. You see on the Ish, great man, Ish, right? It's a general word for man, but man as an individual, right? Man as an individual, not a general man, but man as an individual or a man of a higher standing. There's a psalm that says, hear ye this, both low and high, rich and poor all together. So when it says low, when it says low, it's the B'nai Adam, the sons of Adam. When it says B'nai Ish and man high, that means like if a man in the community is a husbandman, if a man is a man of he has a responsibility, like a position, a standing in society. You know what I mean? Not just a regular, just a man, right? It says, and shall call me no more Baali. What is Baali? Now, a lot of Israelites and others get confused over this word because this word, when used by the Canaanites, right, it signifies for the Phoenicians, the so-called Phoenician Canaanites, it signifies their high god, right? So the Phoenicians called their high god Baal. Baal. right? So if you say, oh, Baal, and go to areas of translation, of King James translation, where it says, and they have forsaken my name for Baal, right? But then if we study the text, we'll find that in some context, Yahweh is Baal. You see, I want to pause on that for a moment because, of course, you're going to say, "Oh, you're wrong." Because, yeah, I'm wrong if you're reading King James version only, right? In that view, because you're not getting a full view. You're not even getting half the picture, right? Baali, right? So Baali here, the BDB defines as my Lord. Now, here's the context: a deity, Baal and Baali, Baal in the northern kingdom, right? A deity in the northern kingdom. So the northern kingdom was who? The northern kingdom was the Israelites or was the 10 tribes? The 10 tribes. All right. Now, see why this is important is because of what we're reading about here. So we have Joseph. Remember Joseph? We have Joseph. And Joseph is the loved child or the favorite child, right? Of Jacob. Right. Now, some would argue, oh, you shouldn't have favorites. But, people do have favorites for whatever reasons, whether good reasons or bad reasons. Right? Was it a bad reason that Joseph was his favorite? Or was it for a good reason? We have to determine that. But here for Baal, Baal in the northern kingdom was a Canaanite so-called Elohim or God that the disobedient Israelites of the northern kingdom had started to worship. They had started to worship Elohim Acharim. Elohim, other people Elohim. This is in contradiction to the 10 words, the words of the covenant, where it clearly says in Exodus chapter 20, you shall have no Elohim Acharim before me. So those of the northern kingdom of Israel chose the Phoenician god, high god, Baal. But Baal in the language of both the Hebrews and of the Canaanites, right, meant and means husband. Just want you to get that point right there, husband, right? So it's almost like somebody saying they have a God, and you're like, oh, who's your God? And they say, oh, my God is hubby. Hubby? What you mean hubby? Like husband. My God is husband. Oh, so they worship, right, this title as God. See, this is what was going off. This is what Yahweh is speaking about when he says they exchanged his name for Baal. It wasn't against the word Baal, but what the word Baal signified was a deity, right, of the Canaanites that the Israelites, especially those of the northern kingdom, had started to worship. Let's go down here just so we can see this. You see, here they bring it out as my master and all of this and all of that. But let's go down to basics. Let's get to basics. Baal. You see right there, Baal means owner, husband, Lord. Actually, Baal means husband, right? Baal means husband, right? As we have more time, I actually go through the scripture where Yahweh says that he, right, was Israel's Baal, right? But they had gone after Baalim. They had gone after husbands, that he was Israel's husband, owner, Lord, right? Baal. But Israel, right, the Israelites had gone after other husbands. In other words, this is a way of saying they had gone after other gods, right? So here, as you can see right here, look at the E. Look at the E entry. The E entry says it's a noun of relationship. Like a husband, right, is a husband in relationship to what? To who? To his wife. And husband and wife is what's a relationship? This is a relationship of a marriage, of a covenant, right? Which builds from that, hopefully, a family, right? So the noun of relationship used to characterize, you see what it says? It's used to characterize. So what Joseph is actually called in this Torah portion, he is called the husband of dreams. So Joseph is called Baal, but he's called Baal in the context of basic Hebrew, which means the owner of dreams. In fact, in poetical Hebrew, a bird is called the owner of wing, the owner of wing or the owner of wings. So you see, it's a noun, right? Now notice the F entry, it says it's Lord, right? It's used of what? Foreign Elohim. Foreign Elohim. So we have a basic word, but what is the relationship of the word? Right? It's not just the word, but it's the relationship of the word. In other words, when you say Baal, what do you mean by Baal? Right? Like if a woman said my husband, you know what I mean? This is used throughout the Torah. So Baal is used throughout the Torah in its proper Hebraic context. But then amongst the people of the land, other people of the land, especially in the F entry, right? They use this of their Elohim, of their God, the Phoenician Canaanite Baal, right? Or Baal. Some will say Baal. But in its basic Hebraic use, it's used of a husband, right? A husband. In its other use, it's used of one who owns, like an owner. So Joseph is called the husband, the master, the owner of dreams. He's the master of dreams, right? So here's some of the usages of this. You see where it breaks it down here? It says husband, Lord, man, plus married, right? One who's married, right? Master person, boom, 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 boom. So here, wait, let's go back to that for one moment here. Did you see that? Right? Oh my goodness. You see what it says? A symbolical name, right, for Yahweh. So here in the prophet Hosea, after hundreds of years of idolatry, a long time of idolatry, the Israelites worshiping the Canaanite Phoenician god Baal, many Israelites, Yahweh says to the prophet Hosea, he says, and it shall be at that day, saith Yahweh, thou shalt call me Ishi. You should call me what? Ishi, my man, right? Right. Here they have my husband, right? But actually, it's my man. Now I'm connecting this with what Leah is saying and what Leah was saying during that, baby bearing, back and forth between her and her sister, right? Rachel, right? So it says, thou shalt call me no more Baali, right? My Lord. You should not call me Baal, right? But yet, Yahweh is and was Baal. He was the husband. That's why we find in other areas of prophecy where he is rebuking and reproving and pointing out the sin and transgression of the Israelites. He says he uses the likeness of being married to Yisrael, but Yisrael being like an unfaithful wife. You get the context right there, right? So here we have Hosea, right? Hosea chapter 2, verse 16. And here we have Ishi, right? Ishi. Now, not everywhere you find this word Ishi. It's the same word, I-S-H-I, as we pointed out before. Let's go over here. To the other page right here. We have the sons of Yishi. So in the English can be confusing because over here it says looks the same, right? This is the H3469. In the Hebrew, when reading the Hebrew, is Yishai, Yishai, Yish-E, 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 from Yesha. Yesha mean to save. Yesha, right? The root we say of Yeshua, from Yasha, right? To save. Yasha, Yish-E, save, delivered, right? So that little confusion there in the English just needs to be pointed out. But the Ishi that we are talking about is the one from Hosea, right? Hosea 2 and 16, right? So just take note. Hosea, let's do this right here. Hosea 2 and 16, right? We have Ishi, right? Ishi, my man, right? Ish, man, Ishi, my man, right? Let's compare this right here with where we were. Let's scroll back. So right here, Leah in Genesis 30 and 20, Leah says, Elohim has endued me with a good dowry. Now will my husband dwell with me because I have borne him 6 sons. So now Leah bore for Jacob 6 sons. So 6 of the sons of Israel were born, right, by Leah, right? And she called his name Zebulun. Now there's a interesting right here that Zebulun, right, right. We have Zebed, which is an endowment, a gift, right? Endowment, a gift, right? Zebed, right? From Zabad, to endow, to bestow, right? And then we have her saying, now will Ishi, my man, my husband. So the translator translates my husband, right? But actually in the Hebrew, it's my man. So in the ancient context, to say Ishi, to say my man, was a way of saying my husband, right? Now will my husband, Ishi, my man, right? Zabal, 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 to exalt, to honor, right? To dwell exaltedly. Now he might honor me. Basically, what she's saying is like, now he might honor me because basically she put in that work. She bore him this many, sons, right? Now he will honor me. Now he will reside with me. Now he will consider me, since Leah was technically, the first wife, as his wife that had borne him children, right? Right. At this point, Rachel did not bear any direct children, right? So Leah basically is like almost like I won't say like washing her hands, but she's like, like this is it. You know what I'm saying? Then afterward, that's what it says, and afterward, right? Well, it wasn't quite it, was it? Right? So after she had 6 sons, I guess she was trying for a seventh, but this one was a daughter, right? And she called her name Dinah. Now notice it doesn't say why. Like with the sons, don't say, well, I name her Dinah because such and such and such. She just calls her Dinah. And what does Dinah mean? Dinah means judgment, right? Dinah, the daughter of Jacob by Leah, the full sister of Simeon and Levi. Does that make sense now? Why was it Simeon, Shimon, and Levi? I've heard a lot of people reason on this, but they miss some of the basics. Why was Simon or Simeon and Levi the ones that went to do the avenge? Because this was their full sister, right? This was the sister of the same father and mother, right? The same sister, the full sister of Shimon and Levi. Make sense now? Makes sense why they did what they did. Were they wrong? Right? Protect the black woman, protect women, right? Well, they protected to the best of their ability, of course, after the fact, and they rendered judgment. Now, remember her name. Remember Dinah's name. Right? Oh, this is our little sister, Dinah, judgment. What happened? She was defiled. The Shechem, this Canaanite, did what? Now he want to do what? Say what? Right? You can imagine, right? So Dinah, justice. They had to bring justice to their sister's situation. This is why the scripture says that they let it off, right? And then the other brothers, after they let it off, they basically jumped in on it, right? Judgment. Judgment, a cause, a plea, but it's judgment in the sense of a condemnation. So usually this word for judgment is not judging. This word is not the shafat in shofet, judge, shofet, to the judge, the shafat, judging, the judgment, the weighing of it. After it's weighed, right? Should it be weighed in the case of a condemnation? This is where Dina comes in. The word Dean and Dina. It's a condemnation, right? In this dispute, legal strife, it's a condemnation. Basically, in the Hebrew, this is the execution, right? Judgment, the suit, the justice, the sentence, right? The strife. In other words, this basically means the execution of judgment, not the weighing of judgment. It's almost like it has been weighed. It's already been weighed. And now we see, this is a judgment, right? Therefore, Dina, right, implies the execution of the judgment, right? It's like a wrap. It's already been settled, right? You know what I mean? It already has been. Now they went to contend, to plead. Here we go, to minister, to act as a judge, right? To minister judgment, right? Not to put it on the scales. It's already been put on the scales. You see what it says in the third, right? To plead a cause, which Hebraically would also contextually mean in certain senses like this, to execute judgment, right? To requite, right? To vindicate, right? To quarrel, to scrap, to do what. This is like when people say, yeah, it's on site. basically at this particular point, right, it was, it was on site. Let's see, we have this right here. Let's see, do we have that? Boom, 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 boom. Give me one moment right there. I'm looking at this right here. Okay. Yeah, there was a still I wanted to show you right here from before on the Dina. Since we just dropped down into Dina incident right here. Give me one moment. Let me just see if I could bring this out right here. Here we go. Dina, let's see. Is it this one right here? Oh man, I thought I had that open for you all right there. Yeah, it was one of the memes. Give thanks, Ross Iverson. Wanted to bring out that meme right there, but I think it probably has spun around. I'm gonna have to get that one again, right there. Let me see if I can bring it back right here. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Let's see. Okay, yeah. All right. Let's see. Wayyesheb. Yeah. All right. So yeah. So to strive, to execute. So even her name. So we put it all together from the Hebrew context, and it's telling us what's going on here, right? That's why sometimes you read it from the English, it might be like, man, why did they have to do that? You probably missed something, right? You might not like it, you might not agree with it, but okay, here it goes. There we go. There we go. Right there. This is this is what we want to bring out for y'all. Let me clear the other one right there. Boom, boom. All right. Which one is scrolling in the background? There we go. Okay, yeah. So here, this is just a little bit on the grape of Dina, right? So were they overprotective? Were they overprotective? Right? Was it really wrong what they did? Right there, all things being considered, right? So just to bring it out, unpack it. So part of the reason why it is Simeon and Levi, I think the major reason is that this was the full sister, their full sister. This is a sister by the same father and mother. Leah, the mother, Jacob, the father, right here. And here to name Dinah, right, to minister judgment, to execute judgment, right? To execute judgment. Okay, so here, afterwards she bare a daughter and called her name Dinah, right? So we leave the previous Torah reading and feeding with this as one of the main incidents, right? And then we come to Elohim remembering Rachel, right? And Elohim hearkened to her and opened her womb, right? Opened her rechem. Now the word rechem, some might say rechem, but rechem, womb. You see, womb man. Yeah, Rastaman was saying womb man. Look at that, long time, long time saying womb man. And look, people say womb man is not a word, really. Woman is not a word. Woman is a word. Is woman a word because we said the word that made sense out of the word, and now they put it in the dictionary? Okay, there we go. Woman, right? They can kick rocks on that slave business right there. But it says that what? Um, he who is servant to all, right, is above all. The womb, right? The matrix. You see the word matrix there, right? So Yahweh opened up her matrix. And who came from her matrix? Rachel's matrix. It says she conceived and bare a son. And what did Rachel say? Rachel said that Elohim have taken away my reproach. Right? What was her reproach? Right? Her chirpa. Right? Chirpa was her scorn, her taunt. Right? Her condition. Right? There she's a woman. There she's the one loved by Jacob, and she didn't even have one child for him. Right? The context of the culture and of the situation. Right? This disgrace, right, has taken away. It's kind of interesting because in the early part of the chapter, right? Let's see, this verse 23. Let's go all the way up here, right? And when Rachel, right, saw that she bare Jacob, Yaakov, no children, Rachel, she envied her sister, right? Kana. She was jealous. She was envious of her sister, right? Why her? Why not me? Right? She was envious of her sister, right? And she said to Yaakov, All right. Notice she didn't say to her sister, but she said to Yaakov. What did she say to Jacob? She said to Jacob, "Give me children, or else I die." Wow. Mm, mm, mm. All right. Now, considering that Jacob loved her so much, you can see how this would be hurtful. These words are hurtful. She says, "Give me children, or else I die." All right. Jacob, notice when it says Jacob's anger was kindled. Check out the places where it says Jacob's anger was kindled and see if you can make sense out of these places where this is one place here, Genesis 30 and 2. And Jacob's anger was kindled against Rachel, right? And he said, what it said? And he said, this is a line between love and hate, like he loved Rachel, but now she says, like, you give me children. Right? In other words, she's basically saying that, Jacob, you're giving Leah all these children. You say you love me, but you haven't given me no children. You better give me a child, give me a son. Literally, she's saying, give me sons, right? Give me a son, give me sons, or else I die. Right? Generally, give me children, but specifically, give me sons. Right? Jacob, his anger was kindled against Rachel, and he said something interesting. Is it I instead of God? Am I in Elohim's stead? See what he said to her? Who hath done what? Who hath withheld manna, manna. This is not manna, like manna from heaven. This is not manna. This is manna, 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 not manna, not manna. See, it's manna, right? And there's manna, right? Manna means to withhold, to deny, to hold back. So he's saying, who is it? Right? Obviously, they were doing the do, but there was no seed, no son, no child, right? Who have withheld from thee the fruit, right? Fruit, right? Figurative fruit from the beten, from the belly. The beten, often called womb, but notice here in this chapter, two words for the womb, right? Is the beten, which is literally the belly, right? The abdomen, right? The seat of hunger, right? Figuratively, the seat of mental faculties. Figuratively, the depth of Sheol is the belly, like the belly of the beast, right? Or the belly, right? Remember Jonah in the belly, right? Of the whale, right? He was, right? Some say already dead, right? In that sense, that he was a sign. Jonah is a sign of resurrection, right? But then Abraham also, right, had faith that Yahweh was the God, the Elohim of resurrection. That means that when Abraham went to sacrifice, that even if he had to sacrifice Yitzhak, he must have had faith that Yahweh could raise him again. Otherwise, the New Testament would not point to that. So that means the New Testament Hebrews, when they say that, it must mean that he must have had faith that even if that was to be so, that Yahweh is not like these other gods or whatever, but he's the true God. He's the creator. He's the creator and he's the God of life. Therefore, if he's the creator and created, Yesh Me'ayin, right? Something, existence out of non-existence, he no doubt will be able to, if this needs be, right? But here, we have Jacob saying this, right, to her. And you notice that after he says that, notice what she says, right? Why are you angry at me? Why are you being angry at me? No, I'm not saying that you're instead of God or whatever. No, Rachel's down to business. Rachel, she was like Sarah in a sense, right? When Sarah said to Abraham, go into my handmaid. She took the surrogate, right, option. She said, behold my maid Bilhah, right, go into her, right, and she shall bear upon my knees, the ancient surrogacy, right, she will bear, but therefore, because she's my handmaid, this is in the ancient world context, right, that I may have children by her, right? But when she says have children by her, in the Hebrew, it is be built by her, right? Be built by her, right? That I may have children, that I may bana, be built, be rebuilt, established, cause to continue, right? The built in the sense to build, like you rebuild something, bana, right? Or you build a house, you establish a family. The interesting thing about this word here, Bana, it's the same operative word when it says concerning Eve, Hawa, right? When it speaks about Eve, how man was squeezed, right, formed from the dust of the ground, and Hawa, she was built from that side component that the translator calls a rib. You know what I mean? So Bana. So here that she may be built. And basically that happened, and that son, right there was Dan. So right, this is Dan, right? Not her actual son, but the son that is accounted to her because it was her handmaid, and she bore on Rachel's knees, right? Interesting. This reminds me of the handmaid. They had this handmaid tale, this handmaid series, and they had something like that. I guess they was trying to kind of, bite from the scripture and bring out that sense in the handmaid. It was the early part of the series, I think the first season. But anyway, and she conceived and bare a son. Now this is Joseph right here, right? Now this is, notice what, let's go back one verse. And Elohim remembered Rachel. Notice what it says, and he remembered, right? Zakar, and he recalled, he remembered Rachel, and Elohim hearkened. So Elohim, the creator, the judge, the almighty power, remembered Rachel, and he hearkened, right? He did what? He shama. He heard in the intent to obey or listen or respond affirmatively to her request. And he opened, and he did what? And he opened, we have the word patach, right? Patach, also fatach. This is where we get fetah. So here in the Hebrew, patach, right? Patach, fatach. Here we also have like feta neges, feta. This is the same Afro-Shemitic root, to open, right? To open, to loose, to open. Remember what Jacob said, is it I who have withheld, who have restrained mana, right? He says Elohim, right? Now we see right here where Rachel, right, she conceived and bear a son. Now she actually has born her own son, right, from her own, not beten, but it uses the word rechem, not beten, rechem right here. Now she becomes a womb man in the sense of her womb produces, right, from her matrix, right? Notice how I use this word instead of the beten, right? From her matrix. This is the word for matrix here, right? She conceived, right? And bear a son. And now notice what she says. She said that Elohim have taken away my reproach. It's almost like after all the back and forth, she finally got the idea, right? In this sense, you know what I mean? And now she's attributing to Elohim taking away that reproach. In other words, this verse here, 23, is almost like the continuation, right? Or in a sense of fulfillment of the first and second verses, right? In the same chapter right here, right? And here brings us to this Torah reading and feeding. She called his name Yosef. She called his name what? Yosef. Yosef here, BDB brings out Jehovah has added the eldest son by Jacob, right? Of Jacob by Rachel, right? There's other Josephs, but actually in Hebrew, Yosef, right? Yosef, let him add, right? Let him add, like let it be added. May he add, right? May he add. So she says this. She called him Joseph, and her reasoning is that Yahweh shall add to me another son. It's an interesting word that she says. She finally has her own son, child of her womb. And when she names him Yosef, right, she names him Yosef. She says that Yahweh has taken away her reproach because now she's a mother. She's brought forward a seed. She names him Yosef. But notice the context of her naming him Yosef is that Yahweh shall add to me another son. Right? She was already looking forward. There's almost a prophecy, right? So Yosef, let him adding Yosef, right? And she says that Yahweh shall add. Let's break this down in the Hebrew so we can understand the names, right? So it says Watikra et Shemo Yosef, and she called, Watikra, Watikra. And she called, Kara to call, and she called out, recite, read, call out, proclaim. Here to call out, right? To call like with a name, like call upon a name. Usually this is kind of used like when we call upon Yahweh, right? Or we read, present, you know what I mean? To he who be, Watikra. But she called out, Et Shemo, she called out to say like announce, proclaim his name, Shemo, his Shem, right? His name, his designation, right? His designation as Yosef. Yosef. Now, Yosef, they say Jehovah has added. Which part of Yosef is Jehovah? Just a question. Which part of, right? More correctly in Hebrew, it's implied. The name doesn't mean Jehovah will add, it's implied because of the context, right? But actually it means adding. Let him add. Adding, let him add. May he add. So Watikra et Shemo Yosef Lamor, saying Yosef. Yosef. So I don't know if you can see this right here. This is the name Yosef, right? Let him add. Lamor, saying, right? Yosef, adding, he adding, Yosef Yahweh. He adding, Yahweh shall add, right? Yosef Yahweh li. He shall add to me, Yosef. So let me just go through it again so you can hear. Watikra et Shemo, Yosef. Lamor, Yosef. Yahweh li, that he will add Yosef. He will add, right? He who he be will add Yosef, Yahweh li. He will add to me Ben. He will add to me a son, a Ben, right? Ben, Bain, right? Right? A son, Acher. He will add to me a Bain Acher. He will add to me another son. So it's like Rachel was already looking forward to the future, right? She's already looking forward to the future right here. Now, I pointed out, right? And let's go to the next verse. This is where Joseph first appears, right? And it came to pass when Rachel had born Yosef, right? Adding, let him add, that Yaakov, that Jacob said to Laban, send me away that I may go to my own place and to my country. Right? You know why I think also Joseph was a favorite in that sense of Jacob, right? Why was Joseph, according to scripture, right, a favorite? It's because in the incident that happened at Shechem, remember the incident that happened at Shechem? In the incident that happened at Shechem, Joseph was obviously too young to participate. Right? He was too young to participate. In a sense, Joseph's hands, right? Joseph's hands were clean, right, of the incident that had happened. His hands was clean of that incident. Right? This is also probably another reason why, he was a favorite because he was not a part of that incident. Because remember that according to the scripture, it says it came to pass after Rachel had born Joseph that Jacob said to Laban, okay, now it's time to send me away, right? So at best, right, if we add, a little more time, a couple more years, 6 more years, or whatever period of that 6 more years to come to 20 years, right? Joseph at best could not really be over 8 years. He was very, very, young in the incident. Now, here we go here because here in doing this Torah reading and feeding, we just wanted just to catch up. Hopefully in the future we'll have some of the Chaverim, the brothers, and we can kind of go over this together right here. But here, let's do this right here. So Joseph, you see Joseph, and then here's what we get right here, right? The second verse in this Torah reading and feeding. These are the generations of Yaakov. Notice something. These are the generation of Jacob. When we look at generations elsewhere of different patriarchs, we get a list of their sons and everything. But then for For Jacob at Genesis chapter 37, we only get, right, Yosef. Notice what it said. These, the generations of Yaakov, Yosef, right, 17 years old, was feeding the flock with his brethren, and the lad, right, with the sons of Bilhah. Remember the sons of Bilhah? Right? That was Rachel's handmaid, right? Right. So that's why, if you think about it, Joseph probably was closer to them because these are the sons of, you could say, his mother, not full sons, but of his mother's handmaid, right? So there's Zilpah, right? The Zilpah was Leah's, right? And Bilhah was Rachel's. But he was with the sons of Zilpah, his father's wives, right? So now here, Bilhah and Zilpah, previously referred to as concubines, here referred to as wives. And Joseph brought, right, to his father their evil report. Interesting, right? He did what? He brought to his father their evil report. Question. What was, right, the evil report? We'll get into that. So here's what we pick up with this ninth sabbatical study for the Shabbat strong. And Jacob dwelt in the land. This is Wayyesheb, and Yaakov and Jacob Yashab. He yashabed in the land. Wayyesheb and Jacob dwelling in the land wherein his father, right, his patriarch, was a stranger in the land of Canaan. This is where our Torah reading and feeding right here picks up, and it begins right here. Let's touch on this right here, right? The meaning of dreams, right? These dreams, when we get to the water dreams later on, we have some other kind of dreams right here, but Joseph is known as the master, as the owner, right? The master, the owner of dreams, right here. Joseph, right? Baruch, bless y'all. Right, so Joseph. Let's pick up with this. There's still right here. Okay, yeah, that's a little bit getting into Joseph, because Joseph, we're about to go down into Mitzrayim. Father, right? Right? Some of the other ites, the surrounding peoples, what they believe, the way, right? Water dreams, tomorrow, right? Okay, let me see if the picture's probably down here. Okay, we'll sort it. We'll sort it a little bit better. So okay, let's go back right there. These are the signs right here. Okay. All right. This is interesting. Take a screen of this. Because interesting speaking with some about the 12 tribes of Israel, the Rastafari organization. I think one was saying that they're of when was that? Whose birthday is it? I think of what's this? Asher. So we have Asher, December, right? January. Now that right there. Okay, we'll get into that. We'll get into that as we get more into the 12, because we have to really look at these 12 sons right here. But we also have to consider what's going on in this narrative. So you see where it says right here, Wayyesheb. You see where the Mitzri is like sitting on the square on the seat right there. You see the sons going about. This is just to use this for ancient likeness. This is how it was. This is how they lived. And give thanks to the ancient Mitzri, the Mitzrayim, because they give us some word pictures right here. But here, where it says, you see where him sitting? We'll try to cut that out and make that larger right there, because we want to bring this out, this sense of it right here. And Jacob dwelt. Here we go. And the word dwelt, Yashab. You see the word Yashab? And Jacob, Wayyesheb, to dwell, to remain, to sit. Literally, directly, the word means to sit, right? Literally. So, and Jacob sat, right? Jacob dwelt. Jacob sat, right, in the land. He dwelt. He had his abode, right? He basically was established. He was set up, right, to sit down, right? Jacob sat down. Because remember, Jacob was wandering. Jacob was moving to and fro, from spot to spot. You know what I mean? It says he loved the gates of Zion more than all the what? Dwelling places of Yaakov. Right? Finally, when Jacob settles down, right? That's what it says. He loves, Yahweh loves, right? The gates of what? Zion, right? You know what I mean? More than all the dwelling places. So far from the previous Torah portion, Jacob was in a few different dwelling places. But now he gets settled down. This is why this Torah portion is Wayyesheb, Wayyesheb. And he sat and he dwelt, right? And this is why we use this right here, as a kind of a point of reference. That's the remember I call the Hebrew, I call it, it's like uh it's like verbal hieroglyphs in a sense. Literally the word yashab means to sit, right? But we don't translate it as and Jacob sat in the land. It could be like, what was he just sitting down in the land? But we translate it in the sense of what it means in the Hebrew, the spirit of the Hebrew. And he dwelt, right? And he dwelt. But literally when it says, it could have used a different word for dwelling, right? As we have with Zebulun, remember, Zebulun, Zabal mean to dwell too, as well. But here he now was set up, he now was secure. So here we have Jacob, right? Jacob Yashab, right? Wayyesheb, right? Jacob dwelling in the land wherein his father, his who? His Ab, keywords here, his Ab, right? His Ab, right, was a Magor, where his, sojourner, Magor, right? We get gear from this place where he was dwelling, right? Where a stranger, right? In the land of Canaan. So we even get to see where the patriarchs, they were strangers, right? So when we later on consider, right, the various contextual meaning of stranger, right? Let us kind of understand, the context, as the context is used right there. But here, let's get right in it, and then we'll probably double around again. Since we did play the audible, right? We did play the audible right here. Should we get to Mr. Vegas? All right, not just yet. Let's get to this basic Torah reading and feeding. Let's bring up the Shema right here for the ninth sabbatical study for this Shabbat strong. Shema Yisrael, hear, O Israel.
Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad.
Torah, direction, instruction. So Joseph and Yeshua, Joseph and Jesus, like that connection made there. They say they said this is the son, the son of Joseph. He was supposed to be the son of Joseph. Well, right here, Shema Yisrael, here picking up for this ninth sabbatical study for this Shabbat strong. Hey, go back to that one for a moment. Yeah, so we just had this psalm here in the season, right? Behold, right? How good and pleasant it is. Well, here that when God's people, when brothers dwell together in unity. You know what I mean? We see some disunity right here, right? At the early beginnings, right, of the Israelites, right? So here picking up with Wayyesheb, and he sat and he dwelt. Here picking up with Genesis chapter 37, Shema Yisrael.
Yisrael, here for the ninth Rastafari sabbatical study for this Shabbat strong, Shabbat Wayyesheb, Shabbat Wayyesheb, Sabbath, and he dwelt. Wayyesheb, Sabbath, and he dwelt. Here picking up the first book of Moshe, the Hebrew book that is called Genesis chapter 37. The history of Jacob resumed. The history of Yaakov resumed. Here picking up the first book of Moshe, Hebrew book called Genesis chapter 37. Here for the Rishon Aliyah, for the first reading, the first up offering here for this Shabbat Wayyesheb Yaakov be'aretz me gorei avio be'aretz Canaan. And Yaakov and Jacob dwelt. Wayyesheb Yaakov, and Jacob dwelt in the land. Wayyesheb Yaakov be'aretz, and Jacob dwelt in the land wherein his father was a stranger. Megorei avio, in the land of Canaan. Be'aretz Canaan. Joseph, the beloved of his father. Verse 2. These are the generations of Yaakov, of Jacob. Joseph being 17 years old, was feeding the flock with his brethren, and the lad was with the sons of Bilhah and with the sons of Zilpah, his father's wives. And Joseph brought to Abio, his father, their evil report. Now, Israel loved Joseph. Israel loved Yosef more than all his children, because he was the son of his old age, and he made him a coat of many colors. And when his brethren saw that their father loved him more than all his brethren, they hated him and could not speak peaceably to him. And Joseph dreamed a dream, and he told it his brethren, and they hated him yet the more. And he said to them, "Hear, I pray you, this dream which I have dreamed." Vayomer eleihem shim'u na ha'chalom hazeh asher chalamti. Here, I pray you, this dream which I have dreamed. Shim'u na ha'chalom hazeh asher chalamti. For behold, we, I and I, were binding sheaves in the field, and lo, look, my sheaf arose and also stood upright, and behold, your sheaves stood round about and made obeisance to my sheaf. Joseph hated and rejected by his brethren. Verse 8. And his brethren said to him, "Shalt thou indeed reign over us, over I and I? Or shalt thou, the I, indeed have dominion over us, over I and I?" And they hated him yet the more for his dreams and for his words. Vayomru lahu hayo ha maloka timloka alenu Ma shola tim shola banu. Why Yosifu oda shonoto Allah chelomotayo with Allah di barayo. And they hated him yet the more for his dreams and for his words. And he dreamed yet another dream, and told it his brethren, and said, Behold, hine, I have dreamed a dream more. Hine, chalamti chelom ma'od. And behold, the sun and the moon and the 11 stars made obeisance to me, to I. With hine ha-shemesha with hayayareach with achada asar kokavim mishatachewim ali. Behold, I have dreamed yet a dream, and behold, the sun and the moon and the 11 stars bow down to me, bow down to I. Hine chalamti yachlom od. With hine hashemesha with hayareach with achada asara kokavim mishatachewim li. And he told it to Avio, his father, and to his brethren. And his father rebuked him and said to him, What is this dream that thou, the eye, hast dreamed? What is this dream? Ma ha-chelom hazeh asher chalamta. What is this dream that the eye has dreamed? Shall I and thy mother and thy brethren indeed come to bow down themselves to thee, to the earth? Ma ha chalom hazeh asher chalamta. Ha bo na bo hani we imeka we acheka le hishata chot. And his brethren envied him. But his father, Abiyo, his father observed the saying. And hear, Shema Yisrael, hear, give ear for this Shabbat, Wayyesheb, Sabbath, Wayyesheb, Sabbath. And he dwelt, and he sat, and he seated up, and he dwelt here for this ninth Rastafari sabbatical study, here for this Shabbat strong, here for the Sheni, the second Aliyah, the second up offering up, the Sheni, the second reading here for this Shabbat Wayyeshev, Sabbath. He dwelt here, picking up with Genesis chapter 37, here at verse 12 for the Sheni Aliyah. Wayelkua echayo lirota oto zona bihem bishekem. And his brethren went to feed their father's flock in Shechem. Wayelkua echayoa lirota oto zona bihem bishekem. And Israel and Israel said to Joseph, do not thy brethren, thy Idren, feed the flock in Shechem? Come, and I will send thee I to them. And he said to him, Here. And Israel said to Yosef, Wayomer Yisrael Yosefa, Hallo, Acheka, Ro'ima, Bishakema, Lika, Esha Lacheka, Elehem, Wayomer Laua, Hineni, here am I. And he said to him, go, I pray the eye. See whether it be well with thy brethren, and well with the flocks, and bring I word again. So he sent him out of the vale, the valley of Hebron, and he came to Shechem, Wayomer lahu, and he said to him, Lekna, go now, Lekna, Re'eya, Eta Shalom Acheka, see whether it is well, whether it is shalom with thy brethren. Lekna, Re'eya, Eta Shalom Acheka, with Eta Shalom Hatzon, and well, and whether it is shalom with the flock, with Eta Shalom Hatzon, and bring I back word. Wa Hishreini Davar. So he sent him out of the vale, out of the valley of Hebron, and he came to Shechem. And a certain man found him, and behold, he was wandering in the field. And the man, Haish, asked him, saying, What seekest? What seekest thou? Haish lemor wa tisha alehu, and asking him, Haish, the man lemor, is saying, Ma tivakesh. What seekest thou? What seekest thou? And he said, I seek my brethren. Why Yomer et achai anoki me bakesh. I seek my brethren. Et achai anoki me bakesh. I seek my brethren. Where? Tell I pray the eye, where they are feeding the flock. Hagidana li efo heim ro'im. Tell I pray the eye. Tell I pray the eye. Hagidana li where efo heim ro'im, where they feed their flocks. Where they feed. And the man and Haish said, they are departed hence from Heya. For I heard them say, let us make I and I go to Dotan. And Yosef went after his brethren and found them in Dotan. Wayomer Haish. And the man said, Wayomer Haish. Nasoa mizekia sha'ma'etia omrim nelka do taina. Let us go to Dotan. I overheard them saying, Waya yeleka Yosefa achara chayo. Waya yimas aema bi Dotan. And Joseph went after his brethren and found them in Dotan. And when they saw him afar off, even before he came near to them, they conspired against him to slay him. And they said one to another, Hine ba'ala ha'chilomota halazeba. Behold, this dreamer cometh. Hine ba'ala ha'chilomota halazeba. Behold, this dreamer cometh. Joseph cast into the place of death. Verse 20. Come now, therefore, let us make I and I slay him, and cast him into some pit. And we, I and I, will say, some evil beasts have devoured him, and we, I shall see what will become of his dreams. And Reuben heard, and Reuben heard, and he delivered him out of their hands, and said, let us make I not kill him. Make I not kill him. Wayomer lo nakenu nafesh. Make I not take his life. Lo nakenu nafesh. And Reuben said to them, shed no blood. Cast him into this pit that is in the wilderness, and lay no hand upon him, that he might rid him out of their hands, to deliver him to his father, to Avio, to his father again. Wayomer Eleihem Reuben, ala tisha pekua dam, hashe likua oto illa habur hazeh asher ba midbar, with yada ala tisha lechua baua. And Reuben said to them, shed no blood. Ala tisha peku dam. Shed no blood. Ala tisha peku dam. Shed no blood. Cast him into this pit that is in the wilderness. Hasha likua otoa illa habor hazeh. Bamidbar asher bamidbar, that is in the wilderness. But lay no hand upon him. With yad ala tisha lechu ba'u, that he might deliver him out of their hand, to restore him to Avio, to restore him to his father. Litma'ana hatzil otoa miya yadam la heshiro il Avio.
So is this all about just the dream? Chalom, a dream. Chalom. It was just a dream. Who had a dream? Chalom. Joseph, he had a dream. And Joseph, to our earlier point, was called, here we go right here, just to bring out this point about the Baal, right? The Baal confusion. Now, we touched on it earlier with the Ishi, right? The Ishi, right? The Ishi, different than the Ishi, right? Different than the Yishai. So we have Ishi, Ishi, and Yishai. But here we have, let's scroll down here. Where was it when they saw him? When they saw him. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, let's go over his dreams right here. When they saw him, found a certain man. There we go right here. Boom. It's verse 19. So in verse 19, just to bring out this point right here, to the Baal confusion. And they said one another, behold, this dreamer cometh. Now you see what the Hebrew says, this master of dreams, this Baal, right, of dreams, this owner of dreams cometh, right? So here's the context here, right? It's kind of interesting because he met this Ish here in the field, right? It says, and a certain man. It's curious, like, doesn't tell who this man is, but a certain man found. They say found him. And behold, he was wandering. This man was wandering in the field. Right? Almost remind me of like Jacob. Remember, Jacob sent everyone over, and then there was a man there, and he started wrestling with that man. But here, Joseph comes across a certain man. The man asked him, "What seekest thou? What seekest thou?" And he said, I seek my brethren, tell me, I pray thee, where they feed, where they shepherding. Basically, instead of feed, a more better, term right here would be shepherding. And the man said, they are departed thence. For I heard them say, this man wandering in the field heard them say, let us go to Dothan. And Joseph went after his brethren, right, and found them in Dothan. Now, did you pick up there? There was earlier in the reading right here, Israel had said in verse 13. Now, also notice this right here. Jacob, throughout the narrative, is still called Jacob, but there's certain times in the narrative, in the Torah reading here in Genesis, certain times where he's called Israel. You notice that? Right? Even here in this chapter 37 for the ninth sabbatical study, Shabbat Strong, here it says, Israel said to Joseph. Right? Let's scroll up here. Let's go with the top for a moment. So Jacob dwelled in the land. Okay. These are generation of Jacob. Yes. And notice in verse 3, it says now Yisrael. Why doesn't it say Jacob? It says Yisrael. This is a new name, right? The name that was given to him by the man, the God, the angel, the God man, the angel, right? Now Yisrael loved Joseph more than all his children, all his sons. Why? According to the Torah, it says, because he, Joseph, the son of his old age, and he made him a coat of colors. Word many is not there. A coat of colors, a coat of like colors. Some say pieces of color, many colors, right? A coat of colors, right? Different pieces of colors, right? Get that idea right there. Pasim, right? And I notice so over here it says Israel loved Joseph, right? So it goes on right here, and it speaks about their father. Right, his brethren saw that their father loved him more than all his brethren, and here their reaction to that, they hated him. So the patriarchs, those who would be the patriarchs, they hated on Joseph, right? And it says here in verse 4, they could not speak peaceably, right? Peaceably to him. You know that way there. Has that happened to you? Sometimes there's people who you don't want to talk to them at all because you're like, man, if I start, there's not going to be no peace. So you just avoid maybe even speaking to them altogether because, yeah, this is the case. All right. Is it that kind of hate? What is it? Verse 5 says, and Joseph dreamed a dream. Now, Joseph had a dream, right? He dreamed a dream and he told his brethren. Yeah, that's where that come from. All right, dream a dream. But now Joseph dreamed a dream and he told it to his brethren. And what was their reaction? Thanks a lot for sharing that dream. There might be a prophecy in it for all of us. No, they hated him yet the more. Mm, mm, mm. All right. What they said, no good deed goes unpunished. So we're just talking a little bit right here on one of the main themes here, and also one of the main characters introducing, drum roll please, Joseph. And so we had to go to when Joseph was born, putting into context, Joseph being like the baby. Joseph was the baby of them. And one of the reasons, likely according to what's written here, that he had a special fondness because he could look on Joseph not having really anything to do with that incident that occurred at Shechem, because he was still very, very young. And also it says because he was the firstborn child, right, of his loved wife, Rachel, right? So Joseph, he dreams a dream and he told it to his brethren, right? He told it to his brothers and they hated him yet the more, right? And he said to them, right, I pray you, right, this dream that I have dreamed. Here I pray you this halom, right? This halom, right? This is verse 5, verse 6 there. And he said to them, hear shema'u, li, hear me, like hear this. I pray y'all. This halom, this dream, that I chalamti, that I have dreamed. Now, the first dream, let's check out the first dream. Behold, we binding sheaves, right, in the field. So we speak about harvest. We speak about harvest time. Yeshua Moshiach, he speaks of agricultural examples, right, of salvation, right, of preservation of the last days, of the mysteries of the kingdom. So we get the binding of sheaves, like, the sheaves as they grow, you pull it up and you're binding them together. So he says that we, right, binding sheaves in the field. And look, my sheaf arose, and also stood upright. And behold, your sheaves stood round about, and they made obeisance to my sheaf. Now, what a lot of other ones may not want to tell you, this word obeisance basically means worship. Basically, when Joseph says what he says right here, when he says that your sheaves, your stalks of the sheaf, the sheaf, like the wheat sheaves, the omer, right? Your omers, right? They stood round about, right? And they bowed down to my omer, right? To my sheaf. Let's pull it out. Let's bring it up right here, right? He says, Wehine, anachnu, Wehine, look, see, Wehine, anachnu, me me'almim alumim betok ha-sadeh, the midst of the field, wehine, look and see, kama alumati. So here we have the alum, right, and the aluma, the sheaf. Alumati. Now, it's important to understand this here, even for elsewhere in the scripture. Here we have the sheaf, something that is bound, like sheaves, all bound together. But now, in a figurative sense of Yisrael and Israel and the Joseph, you notice how Israel loved Joseph, right? Notice how that's inserted right there. It's all about Jacob, Wayyesheb, Yaakov. He dwelt, he sat, he was seated up in the land. He became settled in the land. And then it goes to Israel. All right. And then we have Jacob, and then it goes to Israel and Joseph. You see that connection, right? Is there more to that connection? Does it have anything to do with Joseph's dreams, right? But let's get to that for a moment. So the sheaf of Israel returning from exile, right? So the word for sheaf, aluma, right? Aluma, right? Alum, right? Right? And you have aluma, the masculine form, aluma, right? The feminine form. So aluma, the feminine form, alum, the masculine form. Something that is bound, right? From alam. So alam is to bind, right? Literally bound, right? So this is an interesting word because elsewhere in the scripture, sometimes it'll be like to be bound from speaking, like if one is like dumb, they can't speak. But this is the more literal sense, not the secondary sense as it's used, like somebody being like not speaking, like being dumb, playing dumb. Like, are you dumb? Like, why aren't you speaking? Are you dumb? Tongue tied. So it has a literal sense of tying the sheaves together, right? And in the more secondary sense of being like tongue tied. So tying the sheaves or just not speaking, being put to silence. Just want you to over that, right? I guess his dream put them to silence here, right? So in their silence they hated. Wehine kama alumati, right? And behold, kama alumati, my sheaf rose. Wegam, right? Nitzaba, right? And stood, nitzaba, and stood in a prominent position. Nitzaba, right? It took its stand. It stood upright. It took its stand. It was established. Wigam, and also nitzaba, wehine, and behold. Now notice here, he's using this word like so far 3 times. Hine. Hine is like, look, see, hine, like, look, see, here it is. Like someone telling a story and look, hine, and this happened, and behold, and look, see, here it is. This happened. Behold, look, see, right? Hine. And he says, wehine te subeina. Tisubeina alumoteken. Tisubeina. So Tisubeina is like to say from Sabab, they were round about. Tisubeina. And your sheaves, right? They were like round about, like my sheaf, right? Your sheaves are round about. Wa and, right? And Tishta Chawena. And they. Now, what's interesting is that in the form of the Hebrew, he's referring to their sheaves, right? Their sheaves, right? Being like feminine. And they, right? And they bow because sheaves. The sheaves are like feminine to context, but it's like he's saying basically that they made obeisant. The word is shachat. This is the same word for worship, and their sheaves, right? He's saying to them, and your sheaves, basically, they worship, they prostrated, right, to my sheaf, right? Watisha tachawena la alumati. They prostrated to my aluma, right, to my sheaf, right here. So when it says that they made obeisance, another way of bringing it out, so you can understand maybe possibly, why maybe they hate it. You know what I'm saying? Is because he's saying that we were binding sheaves in the field, right? And my sheaf, it rose up and it stood, it took its stance in the midst, and yours were like standing all round about, right? And they stood around and they bowed down. They bowed down to my sheaf. And his brethren, right? His brothers, the Israelites, the Israelite patriarchs, they said to him, shalt thou indeed reign over us? Are you a king? Are you going to reign over us? You know, and or shalt thou indeed have dominion over us? And they hated him yet the more for his dreams. So they say a couple of key things right here. Let's bring it out in the simple text like this. Shall you malak, right? Right? Now, malak is the verb, right? To become king. Are you going to reign like a king over us, right? Or if it's not a king, shall you indeed have the mashal, right? Shall you be a melech over us, a king or a moshel, right? Like a ruler over us, mashal. Now, what's interesting here in the Hebrew book about the word mashal, in a secondary sense, the word sound can also mean to like make parable, like parable. It has a sense like Mishle is a parable, Mishle Shlomo, the parables of Solomon. But that's another point right there. And they hated him, right? Sane, right? Made them insane, right? Sane, they were hateful. They hated him yet the more for his dreams and for his words. Check it out. Not just for his dreams. So we're just talking about the halom here, but they not only hate him for his dreams, but they hated him for his words. Well, what was his words again? He said, behold, we were binding sheaves in the field. Right? He's describing the dreams of his words. And lo, my sheaf arose and stood upright. And behold, your sheaves stood around about. And they made obeisance and they worshipped. And they worshiped my sheaf. That's what you're saying. They bowed down. They bowed down to my sheaf. So the brothers immediately, at least they thought they got the context, right? And his brethren said, shalt thou indeed reign over us, or indeed have dominion over us? So they hate him because of the dream, what the dream said, and also, I guess, because of how he told the dream. And notice what happens. And he dreamed yet another dream. It would say, boy, stop, right? But no, he dreamed yet another dream, right? And told it to his brethren. You would think that by this point right here in verse 9, he dreamed yet another dream and he told it to his brethren and said, behold, look, see, I have dreamed a dream more. And behold, the sun and the moon and the 11 stars made obeisance. Now, this is one of the let me think before I say this right here. Well, yeah, this is one of the first places where we have the sun, moon, and stars. Even in the Genesis verse, it doesn't really mention sun and moon by name. It just mentions greater light and lesser light. Check that out. Just greater light, right, and lesser light. But here we have sun, moon, and 11 stars. Sound a little like the zodiac. You say, "Oh, the zodiac, that's evil." Whoa. What's the sun, moon, and 11 stars? Is that evil too? Right? Maybe one has a bad mind. Right? Let's look at it for good mind. Here he says the sun, moon, and 11 stars. He didn't say 12. He said 11 stars are constellations. He said made obeisance to me. Shakha. He had no other. This is his words, his dream, and his word. He said it plainly. I mean, how else was he supposed to say it? This is what he saw in his dream. That's what he saw in his dream, right? The sun, right? The Shemesh, right? The sun, the moon, the Yareach, the Yareach. That's the little word for moon, Yareach, right? The Yareach, and the 11 Kokab is a star, Kokabim. The Kokabim, and the 11 Kokabs. Now notice right here, star. So we thought, oh, look, that star, the star is the devil's star. Really? There's no star in the Bible. No star, really. Show me the star of David. Well, we can show you the star of Jacob, but let's first show you his, because Jacob is a star. But let's talk about the children. You see what it says star right here? It says star of Messiah. Oh my goodness! The brothers, right? The brothers. Okay, right? The bros, the youth, numerous progeny, right? Personification, God's omniscience, all knowing in a figurative sense. So is a star bad? Just because some devils or devil-minded people try to pervert the creation doesn't make the creation perverted. All right, just mean that these perverts, we got to do something about these perverts. But anyway, it says right here, star. So you see the star right here? Now I want to bring it down here because we go through the scriptures. A star figuratively is a what? A prince. A prince, right? He created the sun, the moon, and the stars. But notice what Joseph is saying right here. He's saying the sun and moon and 11 stars. And it says here, he told it to his father. So now here we have a beautiful piece of scripture right here, right? Because here we actually have Joseph, the loved son, right, of the patriarch Jacob, because his son in his old age, right? He's a dreamer too. Remember, he had dreams. He's a dreamer too. Remember the dreams of the patriarch, right? The dreams of Jacob. Jacob has, those dreams there, the angels ascending and descending, and then he actually met the camp of God and angels and everything like that, and wrestled with that man that was God, that God man, later on described as a malach, an angel, right? Now, his son, his favorite son, also is a dreamer, right? Notice that right there. Did he love him because he knew that? Did he sense that, right? So in Joseph's dream, right, he said the sun and moon and 11 stars. What is he talking about? Is he talking about astrology? Sun, moon, and of course there's 12 stars. But what did he say? The 11 stars made obeisance to me. That means that he is the 12th star, the 12th star. So the 12 stars, 12 tribes, sun, moon. So if we make basic connections between sun, moon, and the stars, this is not some other people's astrology or whatnot. This is what the Bible basically says right here. People say, "Oh yeah, that's astrology and that's the devil stuff." Man, they would have been like the brothers of Joseph. Word, you know what I'm saying? That we hating on you dealing with that devil astrology, like word, right? So you give the sun, the moon, and the stars to the devil. Wow, that's evil. But here, the part that really got them, no doubt, and also the Father, is the last part. So you notice in both these verses, obeisance, shachah, to bow down, right here, right? Basically, it's to worship, to prostrate, to worship, right? Whether it's in homage to royalty. So Joseph is saying he's going to be as royalty, right? Right? or God, but really in Joseph's view, be as royalty. Right? He know who's who. Right? Now he told it to his father. And so first he previewed it to his brothers, and then he told it to his father. He's like, man, they're not too happy about this. I thought you'd be happy about this. Don't you know what this means? Right? And to his brethren. Right? Nobody notice what none of the brothers asked him. What does this mean? What Joseph, Jose, Joe, what does this mean? Right? Now he told it to his father and to his brethren, right? And his father did what? His father rebuked him. So Jacob rebukes Joseph, his loved son, because it was son of his old age. He ga'arred him, right? He ga'arred him. He rebuked him, right? Reproved him, right? He chided him, right? You know what I mean? Almost like they say cuss him out. Maybe not a cuss, but you know what I'm saying? He rebuked him. And he said to him, what is this dream that you have dreamed? Shall I and thy mother and thy brethren, you get it? The sun, moon. So here we have Jacob interpreting, right, giving a pre-interpretation, right, to the dream of his loved son, right, Joseph, who he right here is rebuking, right? Remember, it says he told it to his father and his brethren, and his father rebuked him and said, "What is this dream that you dream? Shall I?" Are you saying? Notice how, right, Jacob interprets the dream. I want you to pay attention to that. Between verses 9 to 10, how this dream is being interpreted. The sun. So what it shows us here is that in some context, if we interpret rightly, right, we can see the same thing. Like when it talks about Abraham, remember Abraham? And when the sun was going down, right? When the patriarchal age is going down, when Jacob comes to his end, what happened? Right? They go down into Egypt, and then after, the patriarch passes, this is where we get, the 400 years according to Genesis, 15. You see what I'm saying? You see the connection right there, right? Now notice he says, and the moon, right? And the moon. Notice what he says furthermore. He says, shall I and thy mother. Now, who was thy mother? Who is the mother of Joseph? It's Rachel. We touched on that in the early part of the podcast. It's Rachel. Clearly, it's Rachel, right? Rachel, it was her one, first son, and then she said Joseph, because Yahuwah, Yosef, he says Yosef Yahuwah, you know what I mean? Yosef Yahuwah Li Ben Acher. He's going to add to me another son, and then she had Benjamin, right? And then she passed away, right? So, who is thy mother here that Jacob is talking about? It's Leah. Think about this for a moment. In the baby bearing competition that they had back and forth, what each mother said, right, concerning the child that was born actually from her or on her behalf, through the handmaids and everything. You remember when we went over Zebulun? She said, now my husband. Okay, let me bring you there. Let me bring you there for a moment. Okay, we're here in this verse right here. Let's touch on this. This is where we compare scripture with scripture. Right? Here a little, there a little. Let us go to, which verse are we going to? We are going to the verse. Okay, let's do it like this. Let's get directly to the verse. Let's go to Zebulun. Zebulun. Right here, this verse. That's what we began off with, right? 30 and 20. And Leah, right, said, Elohim hath endued me a good dowry. Do you get what she's saying here? Right? What's a dowry? Zebed, an endowment, like a dowry, like you get married, a dowry, right? A good from Zabad, to endow, to bestow upon, right? To confer, right? To confer, has conferred upon her. This is what she said, right? Conferred upon her a good dowry. And then she says, now will Ishi, my Ish, very important word. But this word is going to be what the brothers, when they don't know Joseph, when Joseph is hidden from them, where they don't recognize who this man is. Over and over, they keep saying, Haish, Haish, Haish. Right? And Jacob gets in it too. Why do you tell Haish? Why you tell the man that you had another brother? You know what I mean? You got us into all this situation because he's already missing, right? Joseph. He's already missing Joseph, right? Because of what the brothers, had did, right? But here, Leah almost makes a prophecy that we see connected with what is said in Joseph's second dream, right here, right? So Leah said that Elohim hath endued me, has bestowed upon me, conferred upon me a good dowry. Like, dowry in the marriage, right? Now, right, where he says, hapa'am, like one time, like a beat, an occurrence, this time and now, right, will Ishi, my man, my husband, dwell. He would do what? Zabal. You remember Zabal? Right? So when she says he will do Zabal, so when she had this son, right, she called him Zebulun, right? And she pronounced, right, the word that she pronounced is that now he will Zabal, right? You see, Zabal, Zebulun. So there's like kind of a rhyme in the Hebrew, right? There's a connection, right, that might be lost in translation. Now, this word Zabal, BDB, Browns Drivers Briggs, it defines as to exalt. When Joseph said, the sun, the moon, and the 11 stars worship me. See, that's how Jacob understood it. Not made obeisance and all this roundabout words, but no, worship me. Bow down and worship. Bow down and worship. Get down, bow down, or be laid down, right? And worship. But now notice what she said. She said, now. She was almost prophesizing, right? Leah, right? To exalt, to honor, right? To dwell exaltedly, right? The sun and the moon. Not the sun and the moons, because Rachel had already passed, right? But the sun and the moon. So when Jacob says, shall I and thy mother, who is the thy mother? Who is the thy mother there? It's obvious it's speaking about Leah, right? See, Leah gets to be buried in the cave that Abraham in the previous Torah portion had bought, right, for Sarah, right, the double cave, Machpelah. So far, some say that Adam and Eve was buried there too. This is not kind of extra scriptural, but it's in some of the older writings. But we know from the Torah that Abraham and Sarah, right, were buried there. We know from the Torah that Yitzhak, right, and Rivka and Rebecca was buried there, right? And we also know from the Torah that Jacob and Leah would be buried there. So think about what Leah said right here when she had her sixth son, right? She says, now will my man, my husband, because that's what she was claiming. He's my man. Yeah, Papa, he you thought you was going to get Rachel, but you got me. And, you came into me. I bore you one son after the next son after the next son. You know what I'm saying? And, Rachel didn't bear, right, until she bore Joseph. So even see the connection, right, between Joseph coming from Rachel, right, and his dream, in a sense, confirming something that Leah had said, right, in Genesis 30:2, right? Now he will dwell exaltedly with me. In other words, Jacob is the king, right? And in the sense, in this context, and Leah is the queen, right? Not the queens. Rachel's already gone. Check it, right? And the handmaids are wives, but they're wives of the handmaiden order, of the second order, right? Will my husband dwell with me because I have borne him 6 sons, and she called his name Zebulun, right? Zebulun, dwelling. Now let's connect this over here. And he told it, this is Genesis 37:10, right? Let me make this simple so you can see this without all the details right now. We can get to the details, right? The divinity is in the details, right? The God view. And he told to his father and to his brethren, and his father rebuked him. So even though Jacob loved Joseph, right? Even though he loves him, he wasn't afraid to rebuke him, right? You get that point right there? He rebuked him, right? He checked it, right? It's like, what is this? Could you imagine here? You don't have to imagine. Just read it and then imagine, right? Read the word, receive the word now, image the word. And behold, I have dreamed a dream more. Right? And behold, the sun, he nay, look and see the Shemesh and the Yareach and the 11 Kokabim, they were prostrating to me, right? To my star. So sun, moon, 11 stars are bowing to one star, one of the 12 stars, right? And when he told it to his father and to his brethren, and his father rebuked him and said, "What is like?" I'm like, "What kind of dream is this? What dream is this that you dream?" And then he asked the question. Question one: What kind of dream is this? Mhm. Right? A word for dream: chalom, chalom, chalom. You say like shalom, chalom, chalom. Dream, right? It was just a chalom, just a chalom, right? Shall I and thy mother? Right? Remember, Rachel is already, she's gone. She's right. So this also means something else too. That even though Rachel was his literal right mother, right, Leah was also his mother. Right? You know, his literal biological mother, but Leah is his mother, and Leah is the mother being spoken of here. So you see how 30 and 20, right? What Leah had said was fulfilled, how also she gets that exalted or prominent position, right, within the patriarchal cave of Machpelah, right? So that means that the I is the sun, the Shemesh, speaking of the patriarch, right? And thy mother is the moon, right? Speaking in this sense of Leah, and thy brethren, remember there was 11 of them, right? The 11 stars, right? Indeed come to bow down to worship, right? He says, shall we all worship ourselves to thee, right? To the earth. Now, the ones who already understand where the Torah is going here, you already recognize, yeah, this is basically what was done, right? And what happened? And his brethren envied him. You remember how it said how Rachel had envied Leah? A lot of envy to go around, right? The brethren envied him, right? The 11 envied the one, right? But notice what it says, but right, his father observed the saying. What does it mean that he observed? He observed the saying. He shamar, right? Shamar, right? Like it says, shomer Shabbat, to keep, to guard, to observe the Sabbath. He kept it. He guarded it. He observed it. He watched it, right? He watched the what? He watched the debar. He watched the speech. So even though he rebuked it, like, hey, what are you saying? Are we gonna worship you? I mean, what kind of dream is this that you dream? But he thought about it and said, 'Cause remember, Jacob is a dreamer, right? Yaakov, the ladder, Jacob's ladder, the Malakim, the messenger representatives called angels, ascending, descending, the Lord at the top of the ladder, the other dreams that he had. You remember, he had these dreams. So, now which son has a dream? The rest of them, we don't know if they had any dreams. They must have dreamed, but maybe they didn't remember it upon waking. And his brethren went, right, to feed their father's flock in Shechem. You picked up on that? Wasn't Shechem the spot, right, that the 11, led by the two, right, full brothers of Dinah, went to do that vengeance against Shechem? Remember Shechem, right? This is Shechem, right? Remember, Shechem was the son of Hamor, the chieftain of the Hivites, one of the Canaanites, at Shechem at the time of Yaakov's and Jacob's arrival, and then the defilement of Dinah, and then the slaughter of the Shechemites, right? And then, so we go on right here, right? Let's scroll down right here. So there's a certain man. Let's make the text simple right here for a moment. Just scroll through this right here. So they went to Shechem. So that means that after they had, you know, slaughtered the town, they took over the town. And he said to him, go, I pray thee, see whether it be well. So basically, Israel. So here from verse 3, 10 verses later, right? It doesn't say Jacob says to Joseph, but notice it says Israel. Is there a significance to that? Israel, and so Jacob, right, said to Joseph, do not thy brethren feed in Shechem? Aren't they over in Shechem? Right? Come, I will send thee to them. Remember, I mentioned that when Joseph, being the baby, like of the 11, he was born like well, actually, the baby of them is Benjamin, right? That was born a little after that. But I'm just saying how Joseph was very much younger than the other brothers, right? And it's likely that he didn't really participate in what happened at Shechem, right? Just as the brothers are over there feeding the flock, right? Joseph is almost like like a messenger in a sense. You know what I mean? You know, like a intermediate. You know, it's like in a business. It's like Jacob is the owner, right? And the brothers are like the chief employees, and Joseph is like the manager, right? So he says, do not thy brethren feed, right? Like shepherd the sheep. Don't they shepherd in Shechem? Come, right? And I will send thee to them. And he said, okay, here am I. And he said, go, I pray you, see whether it be well. In other words, whether all be shalom. So it's like, see about the peace, the shalom of your brethren, and also see about the shalom of the flocks, and bring me word again. Right? So Joseph was being sent to kind of inspect things, you know, and to give a report. That's why, if you notice earlier in the chapter, right? Early in the chapter, verse 2, it says, these are the generation of Jacob. You would expect it would have said Reuben, Simeon, Levi, Benjamin, Levi, Judah, you know, so forth and so on. But it says, these are the generations of Jacob, and it says Joseph. You notice that right there? Joseph. Now, how does Joseph, who is actually the 11th son that was born, how does he come to the first position, and where's the rest of the brothers? He was seven. It tells us here in verse 2 that he was 17 years old. So at this particular time, he was 17 years old, right? So we put everything into context within the narrative. We can roughly come up to an approximate of their ages. It's giving us hints of the ages, right? Was feeding the flock with his brethren, right? He was what? Feeding the flock with his brethren. And the lad, speaking about Joseph, right? 17 years old. So they must have been older than 17. Right? He was feeding the flock with his brethren, and the lad was with the sons of Bilhah and with the sons of Zilpah, his father's wife. So he was with the other, brothers, right? That was born by the stepmother, stepmothers, concubine wives, right? And Joseph, but notice this here. It says, and Joseph, let me highlight this for you. Joseph brought to his father their evil report. Question: what's up with this evil report? Right? Then you notice something in the next verse. It says, "Now Israel loved Joseph more than all his children." It tells us that because he was the son of his old age. Although we know that Jacob, aka Israel, he loved Rachel too, and this was the firstborn son of Rachel as well, right? But it can also be telling us that Israel loved Joseph because Joseph, he brought to the father, he gave the father a real report of what was going on, right? He brought their bad report. In other words, he was reporting on something that wasn't going right, right? And there's some reasonings about it, but we're not going to go into it right now of what the evil report likely was, right? But what it does tell us from a plain reading is like, say you have a bunch of children, you have 10 of them. They're out doing what they're doing in your business, right? And one is the one that is like the manager. You say, hey, check this out. And he's letting you know, hey, some things was off, right? Will you not love to know that? Or you want, because remember how the other sons, when they do what they do to Joseph, how they kind of cover it up. They all get an agreement to cover it up. They all colluded to cover it up, right? Now, some would say, well, things went bad from what they did to the people at Shechem. Could be. right? But I don't blame Simeon and Jacob. I mean Simeon and Levi so much for that, because that was their sister. But here it says that he made him a coat of many colors, right? Why this coat of many colors? Did that distinguish him? What his role, what his service was? But anyway, Jacob, Israel, sends him out on another mission. I would say Jacob, but the scripture tells us Israel, just as it told us 10 verses earlier, right? Is that telling us something here? Connect the dots, right? So he sent him out of the vale of Hebron. So Joseph, where Jacob was dwelling, is connected with the valley of Hebron, right? Remember David, David and Judah and Hebron. David reigned in Hebron for 7 years, right? As king. Well, he was really king of Israel, but only the tribe of Judah acknowledged David's kingship, right? And he ruled from Hebron. And after 7 years, the other tribes came and they bent the knee. It's almost like a Joseph thing. They didn't want to bend, they didn't want to bow, right? In the sense, worship, that this David is Yahweh's king, right? They didn't want to acknowledge that, but later on they did. But Hebron is important, just for you to link the Hebron. And he came to Shechem, right? So he came to Shechem, right? But he came to Shechem and he didn't see nobody there. So notice this too. Jacob thought that his sons were shepherding the sheep in Shechem, right? But it's obvious that they were not shepherding the sheep in Shechem, right? They might have come back and said, yeah, we was in Shechem, but it's obvious when Joseph reached there, he's looking around, I don't see none of them, right? And then he find a certain man found him, right? Wandering in the field, right? And he asked him, what do you seek? He said, I seek my brethren. Tell me where they feed, where they shepherd. And the man said, notice the man, right? This unnamed man said, they are departed thence from there, right? Hence from here. They were there, but they kept it moving. For I heard them say, let us go to Dothan. And Joseph went after his brethren and found them in Dothan. Is Dothan significant? This place, Dothan. Why Dothan? What's up with Dothan? What's in the name? Dothan, here they have it as two wells, right? Two wells. You remember the woman at the well? No, anyway. Yeah, there's a woman at the well, right? And they said, oh, this is Jacob's well, right? Dothan. It doesn't go into much detail of it right here, but we'll do our best as we come back to this right here. But here it says, and when they saw him afar off, right? So they saw him from a distance, right? They saw him afar off. Even before he came near to them, right? They conspired against him to slay him. Wow. You talk about this hate. So the hate now had gotten so bad, they were thinking to kill, right? To kill their own brother, to kill Joseph, right? And here's the part right here. And they said one to another, behold, this dreamer cometh. That's not what the Hebrew says. The Hebrew says master of dreams. The Hebrew says, let's bring out the Hebrew here for you. The Hebrew says, Wayomru, Wa and Yomru. They said, Wayomru. And they said, Wayomru, Ish il Achio. Ish il Achiv, man to his brother. Ish, man, right, il, to, right? Not El, but Il, right? Achiyu, said to his Ach, said to his brother, right? Hine, look and see, look and see. Baal, right? Baal, Well, is Joseph Baal? What does Baal mean? Earlier part of the podcast, we broke that down, that in the Hebraic, the basic sense, it means husband, master, owner. And it can be used in different contexts. Once again, right? Husband, like in Hosea. No more will you call me Baali, but call me Ishi. Call me my man. Same thing Leah was saying over and over when she was having, the children. Now, when she had Levi, now will Ishi, my man, he be joined to me. We will have a relationship. right? But here, the relationship of Baal is a noun of relationship used to characterize the example it gives us is his first example here in the Torah, master of dreams. Baal, they called him Baal ha-Halomot. Baal, he is the master of the Chalamot, right? Chalom is dream, Halomot, right? Halomot is dreams, right? Plural, Chalamot. So he is the Baal, right? Chalamot. He is the owner. He is the husband. He is the master. Here comes the master of dreams, Baal ha-Chalamot. Hine Baal ha-Chalamot, right? Halazeh, halazeh, ba, halazeh. This one, halazeh, halazeh is this one. This is him. Halazeh, this is him. This is the one. Which one is it? Halazeh, halazeh is this one right here. Halazeh, this very one. Halazeh, hala, right? Halazeh. It's like saying, it's like saying this zeh. Zeh in Hebrew means this. Just to break it down, Zeh means this, right? And then we have the Halea, 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 right? Almost like saying Halea Zeh, Halazeh, right? This is the very one. Halazeh ba from bo, right? He enter in ba. He's coming in. He's coming into where we're at. He's here. Here he come. So here Joseph is called the Baal ha-Chalamot. He's called the Baal, the owner, the husband, the Baal, right? Chalamot. I'm emphasizing this because sometimes people exaggerations, like over exaggerations are evil because they take things out of context, right? And that's bad. And if it's bad, then it's evil, right? That means you don't have it in the right context, right? So for the other peoples, right? For example, for the Israelites, a marriage, right, or the Hebrews, a marriage would have been, some kind of reasoning dialogue, some negotiation, right? But for others, it was just kind of a smash and grab. That's what Shechem tried, to the destruction of the whole town, right? So there's a difference. So though they're using maybe similar words, right? Though they may have marriages, but they did it in different ways, right? Engagement was like after the fact, you know what I mean? For others, but for the Hebrews, before the fact. So the Baal for the Hebrews, was a husband, a master, or owner. It could be used in figurative senses, but for the other people, it was the high God. It was a foreign God, another God. So I just want to point that out because if you start to really read the Hebrew, you'll start to find it there. And then all your over exaggerations, you look foolish and goofy. And as it says, study to show yourself approved. You're going to be disapproved, even though you might have been saying right things, but you went too far on this wrong thing. Right? Just want to warn ones, right? Come now, therefore, let us slay him. Wow. And cast him into some pit. And we will say, you see, they're conspiring. This is their conspiracy. What's their conspiracy? Conspiracy. They're all breathing with one spirit. They're like in one spirit. Con, with, right? Together. Con, right? With, right? Espiritus. Conspiracy. They're all in one spirit. And we will say with one breath, one spirit, one word. When you speak a word, you speak in spirit. So if you're speaking a word and you're all saying the same word, you're saying the same spirit, it's a conspiracy, right? Some evil beast, whether it's a good one or a bad one. This is a bad one here. Some evil beast have devoured him. And we shall see what will become of his dreams. Wicked. This was wicked, right? Now notice the one who had the most to lose with Joseph becoming like the firstborn. Joseph already came to the firstborn position. We have that in verse 3, where in verse 3 it says, these are the generations of Jacob, Joseph. These are the generations of Jacob, Joseph, right? But Joseph wasn't the firstborn. Who was the firstborn? Reuben. So Reuben he heard what they was conspiring, right? And he delivered him out of their hands. And he said he put himself in the position. 'Cause remember, Reuben was the oldest. He's the oldest of the brothers because he's the firstborn of the brothers. So therefore, he must be the oldest of the brothers. He put himself. He interpositioned himself. No, 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 no. I'm like, we're gonna kill this dude. Right? We're gonna kill this guy. We're gonna kill our brother. And he stood in the way. He was like, yo, 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 yo. Let us not kill him. Right? And Reuben said to them, right, shed no blood. Let's not shed no blood. Right? Cast him into this pit that is in the wilderness, and lay no hand upon him. Right? And it tells us here in verse 22, Reuben's intent was that he might rid him out of their hands. He said, well, let me have them do this. This will satisfy them right now, and I'll find a way to, the brothers are really angry. They're really murderous right now. I'm going to find a way to deliver him, right, to dad. I'm going to bring him back to Abba again, right? And it came to pass when Joseph was come to his brethren, right, that they stripped Joseph out of his coat. Oh, it's that coat, right? That coat was the problem, right? That coat, the problem right there. Stripped him out of his coat, the coat of many colors that was on him, right? Or the coat of many pieces, right? Almost like it seemed like it described some sort of a patchwork. And they took him and cast him into the pit, and the pit was empty, right? No water in it, right? Pits like that are very dangerous places because there's usually like snakes and scorpions and other kind of dangerous insects. An animal could jump down there, or if you leave somebody down, like what the Israelites had did to what they did to the prophet Jeremiah before the Ethiopian, right? Before the Ethiopian Ebed Melech, right, had rescued him out of the pit. He was in this pit and there was water. Water was coming out. Imagine you're in a pit. You can't reach the top. You can't climb the walls. The walls are too smooth. Remember, it's a pit that had water in it. So water makes the stone smooth. So you really can't climb the walls. There's water there. Imagine it starts raining and stuff like that. You get the idea, right? So there was no water in it, right? And they sat down to eat bread. Chan. Right? This is the brothers, right? The brothers sat down to eat bread, right? And they lifted up their eyes and they looked. And look, a company of Ishmaelites came from Gilead with their camels, bearing spicery and balm and myrrh, going to carry it down to Mizraim, So you know what we're headed here in this Torah reading and feeding? We're headed to Mizraim, right? To Mitzrayim. And now Yehuda, no doubt, taking a lead, right, from the natural firstborn, Reuben. Judah later on will become, you could say, after Joseph, Judah, in a sense, he's kind of like the firstborn right here amongst the other brothers, the 11, right? But literally, Reuben, the eldest, he stood up. And then now we have Judah, Yehuda, right, said to his brethren, what profit? Check out the word that Judah said. What profit? Right? He didn't say what good. He said what? Okay, let's bring it out right here for y'all. Right? What profit? What does he mean by profit? Betzah. What betzah? What profit? You see right there? You see right there? You see right there? What profit? What unjust gain? Betzah. Betzah in Hebrew often has a sense of it's like gain, it's profit, but uses profit acquired by violence or in some unrighteous or unjust way, right? What profit, right? What profit? What plunder? What gain? This word betzah elsewhere is often translated as covetousness, like dishonest gain. It's like in the Bible, talk about some preach the gospel for filthy lucre, for money. The prosperity pimps and bastards, the prosperity bastards that bastardize the gospel. You know what I mean? Hotter, more fire. For plunder, gain, covetousness, gain, lucre, like filthy lucre for profit. So what did Judah say? Judah said, what profit, right, if we slay our brother? So on one level, it's like, yeah, that's good. Yeah, Judah, you stood up. But wait, you said, ma betzah? You said ma betzah. You said what unjust gain, what profit? Eh, you see the condition of the brothers at this point right here, right? I guess it's adolescence. This is young. You well, no, actually, if he's 17, they must be somewhere in their 20s, right? If we slay our brother and conceal and do what and conceal his blood, mm, he says he has an alternative, right? I guess he want to keep his brother alive, right? But doesn't want to kill him. But notice that Judah had to appeal, right, to the mentality of the brothers. Remember, they envied Joseph, they hated on him. So we have envy to hatred to now one to slay. It's like when Paul talk about sin, the stages of sin. Like he puts it in conception, right? It goes from the seed to different levels of conception to becomes like it gets birthed. Now here their sin is being birthed out from their envy to their hatred to their murder lust, their bloodlust. Come, let us sell. So now Judah proposes sell. Judah, the father of the Jews, Yehuda, right, proposes makar, a sale, right? Let's sell him, right, to the Ishmaelites, because the Ishmaelites, they're like family, they're cousins, they're like distant cousins. Let's sell them to our distant cousins right here, and let not our hand, don't let our hand, right, be upon him, right? It's almost like other hands be upon him, but don't let our hand. And he now appeals on behalf of brotherhood. He says, "For he is our brother. He is our ach. He's our ach. He's our ach. He's our flesh. He's our basar. He's our ach, and he's our basar. He's our flesh." And check it out. So Yehuda knew how to speak to them because they said, okay, they consented, right? Right? The word consented is shama. They shema. You talk about Shema Yisrael. They shama to this. They obeyed this. They heeded to this one right here. They hearkened, right? They agreed. And now notice how the scripture here in verse 28 it says, "Then there passed by Midianites." Wait, hold on for a moment. There's the Ishmaelites that are passing by. They're on their way to Egypt with spices. They're in the spice trade, right? And now passes by the Midianites, more distant cousins. The Midianite merchantmen. Now these are the what? These are the merchant Enosh, right? These are the Shachar, right? Those who go around and trade, the trading men. They people who travel to and fro on business, right? And they drew and lifted up Joseph out of the pit, right? And sold Joseph to the Ishmaelites for 20 pieces of silver. And they brought Joseph into Mitzrayim. Okay, so what happened right here, right? What happened? They passed by Midianite merchantmen. And then it says, and they drew. Did the Midianites draw up and lift up Joseph out of the pit? Right? Maybe Joseph in the pit, he's crying out, calling out, and they're like, whoa, okay, somebody down here. And where, or did the brothers, right, draw him out of the pit, right? But then what about the Midianite merchantmen? It's a little interesting thing right here, but we'll get into it a little bit more. What we do know is that Joseph was lifted up, right? He was drawn out. The word drawn out, mashak. They dragged him out, mashak. They dragged him out. They seized him. They lifted him up out of the pit, and they sold, right? They sold Joseph to the Ishmaelites. So did the brothers of Joseph do as Judah said, right? Sold them to the Ishmaelites for 20 pieces of silver, and they brought Joseph to Egypt. Now notice something here, that Reuben returned to the pit. So could it be that they had agreed, on what to do, and then they were still shepherding their sheep, in the flock, and they kept moving around? But somehow Reuben must have not seen the transaction that had gone on, because it says Reuben returned to the pit, and behold, Joseph was not in the pit, and he rent his clothes, right? And he returned to his brethren and said, the child, notice here the Yeled, the child, right? Yeled is like Yeled is like the boy, right? The child, the boy, the lad, the boy, right? Is 9. And I, whither shall I go? And this is where they then conspire to, deceive, to deceive their father, right? Let's go over here for a moment. Okay, here, let's see if we can just let's refresh this right here. Refresh this. Give me one moment. Okay, we had to refresh. We had to update the meme right here. So we updated this right here. Okay, let's go to this right here. This is our Torah reading and feeding. Chan. Said late night, early morning Torah study. Right. Let's click on this right here. Give it a moment to open up. The ninth. There we go. Right here. So here we go. This Torah reading and feeding. The ninth one. Wayyesheb Tekemete. Picking up with Genesis chapter 37, right? Verse 1, right? 37, 38, 39, 40. So we have 4 chapters here. So the first reading, right? 37, 1 to 11. The second reading, Genesis 37, 12 to 22. So over here, we went a little past that, right? So we're going into the next day's reading right here. But here we sealed up with this particular verse right here, where Reuben, right? Reuben tried to do a good deed. Let's point it out. In spite of him going up to the father's bed and losing his firstborn, his firstborn standing, he still, as the eldest, according to what's written, thought to do a good deed. We get the third reading coming up for the third day, right? Verses 23 to 36. We just touched on a part of that right there, right? The fourth reading, chapter 38. The fifth reading, Genesis chapter 39, 1 to 6. The sixth reading, Genesis chapter 39, 7 to 23. And the seventh reading is Genesis chapter 40. We have the prophet's reading, Haftarah, Amos chapter 2, verse 6 to chapter 3, verse 8. Right? Chapter 3, verse 8. Right? Get the New Testament reading, Matthew chapter 1, focus verses 1 to 6, focus verses 16 to 25. So Joseph's dreams of greatness, right? Joseph is sold by his brothers. This is where we kind of leave off right here, but we're going to pick up with Judah, Yehuda. So we get Judah also speaking and stepping forward. Judah proposed, instead of slaying him, what profit? We're not going to get anything out of it, but we sell him, we'll get something out of it. And they got something out of it. So here's where we see Joseph as a kind of a foreshadowing, right, of Yeshua HaNotzri, of HaMoshiach in the Brit Chadasha as well. And so 20 pieces, we get Moshiach, right? And notice in the New Testament, we don't get Judah, but we get Judah Ishkariot. We get Judah, the Ish, the man Kariot. Ish, remember Ishkariot or Iscariot, right? In the New Testament, the 30 pieces of silver. And then we get Judah here is the one that proposed. Instead of killing him, what profit, what ma'betzah, what profit can we get from this? You know what I mean? We couldn't sell him. Right, so here we get Judah's story, Judah and Tamar in chapter 38. In chapter 39, Joseph now in Mitzrayim and Potiphar's wife. And then in chapter 40, we get the dreams, right? The dreams of the two prisoners. The dreams of the two prisoners. I think it's the butler and the baker. No, it's not the butler, but actually the cupbearer, the butler / cupbearer, and the baker. Remember the movie The Butler? Yeah, that was interesting, wasn't it? The prophet's reading in Amos, the prophet, judgment on Yisrael and Yisrael's guilt and punishment. So usually the prophet's reading, it reflects some theme, some main theme of the Torah reading. And it's for us to make that connection. So what's the main connection of the prophet's reading in Amos? Well, the main theme in Amos chapter 2, verse 6 is judgment on Yisrael. So here we can almost put Joseph apart, right? Joseph is apart from his 11, right? The 11 will be Israel, and we can see even the roots. How did it begin? What were they like when they were little boys? You know what I'm saying? As we get older, sometimes we recognize those things in childhood, right, that shape you, right? Amos chapter 3, verse 1, Israel's guilt, right? Israel's guilt and punishment. It's the same thing with the brothers, the 11 brothers. They had a lot of guilt. The guilt goes all the way through the book of Genesis, from here forward, all the way to the death of Joseph. It goes to the death of the patriarch Jacob, but also with Joseph as well. It's interesting, right? As we move forward, right? So right here, this Torah portion right here, we'll get into some more of the details, but here is the temptation of Joseph coming forward. Another interesting narrative is comparing how Joseph deals with temptation, even sexual temptation, and how Judah also deals with sexual temptation. Right? These two temptation, narratives here in the Torah, and also when we look at the Brit Hadasha, when we look at the New Covenant, we have Judah Iscariot, or Judas Iscariot, and then we have Judah here in the Old Testament being the one that proposes the sale. Right? So we have 20 pieces, right? Old Testament, 30 pieces, New Testament, right? And we get Joseph, right? And then we get Yeshua HaNotzri, who is called and supposed to be the son of Joseph. If a person, some even say the Moshiach ben Yosef, the Messiah, son of Joseph. If a person falls prey to sexual temptation, he should immediately confess his sin, renounce it, and start over. He should say to himself, I will begin again, Ba Mashiach, in Messiah. I am a new creature, a new creation. I will start over right now, cleansed of chet, of sin, right? A new creature, Bashem Yeshua, in the name of Yeshua, who removes my sin. Even if one needs to do this several times, right? Word, sound, power. A person should never give up the fight, right? Get up, stand up, right? Stand up for what's true and right in the messianic way. Never give up the spiritual fight. Though you may stumble, right? Never give up the fight. Right, get up, pick it up. So here to pick up on a particular theme is the temptation, right, of Joseph, right, temptation of Joseph, right, and what we can learn from that there. Anyway, brothers and sisters, just a kind of little reasoning, right, just connecting some inspired themes right here, right here. But here we do have a psalm, just briefly right here, a psalm. We have Psalm 74, right? The 74th Psalm, right? And it's themed the national lamentation. Lachlom, to dream. Lachlom, lachlom, to dream. So right here. And notice also in this time and season, Hanukkah is coming forward. Just want to announce that Hanukkah, right, coming forward. The Maccabee fighting holiday, right? The festival of light. You know what I mean? Here in the darkest time of the year, right? And notice in these winter moons right here is often a time of longer nights and shorter days. And in a time of longer nights, right, and shorter days. Oh, I love this one here. Because here they have the real menorah in that sense. They have, there's the Hanukkah, but that's a latter day, right? It's obvious if the oil did last, the oil for one day did last, if it did last for 8 days, it's obvious that they was not using the Hanukkah then, right? Because then that means they would had to know that it's going to happen, and therefore they would change up the menorah. But they was using the seven branch, right? So Chag, Hanukkah, Sameach, that's coming forward, right? So we light the light, right? And keep the light lit even in the darkest time, right? Both the darkest time of the year, right? Naturally speaking, right? Also the darkest time of experience, right? We get the dark experiences right here. But also we notice that in the time when there's longer nights. Longer nights are usually, right, more conducive, to dreams, to sleeping, resting, and to dreaming. Just those connections, both with the Torah narrative and also as we're going down in the season, right? Notice that the Israelites are also going down to Mizraim, right, as well. But be that as it may that as it be, right? We have a psalm right here, Psalm 74. And Psalm 74, verse 14, we have Ethiopia, right? But right here.
Psalm 74. O God, why hast thou cast us off forever? Why doth thine anger smoke against the sheep of thy pasture? Remember thy congregation, which thou hast purchased of old, the rod of thine inheritance, which thou hast redeemed, this Mount Zion, wherein thou hast dwelt. Lift up thy feet unto the perpetual desolations, even all that the enemy hath done wickedly in the sanctuary. Thine enemies roar in the midst of thy congregations. They set up their ensigns for signs. A man was famous according as he had lifted up axes upon the thick trees. But now they break down the carved work thereof at once with axes and hammers. They have cast fire into thy sanctuary. They have defiled by casting down the dwelling place of thy name to the ground. They said in their hearts, let us destroy them together. They have burned up all the synagogues of God in the land. We see not our signs. There is no more any prophet, neither is there among us any that knoweth. How long? How long? How long? How long? O God, how long shall the adversary reproach? Shall the enemy blaspheme thy name forever? Why withdrawest thou thy hand, even thy right hand? Pluck it out of thy bosom. For God is my King of old, working salvation in the midst of the earth. Thou didst divide the sea by thy strength. Thou breakest the heads of the dragons in the waters. Thou breakest the heads of Leviathan in pieces, and gavest him to be meat to the people inhabiting the wilderness.
Ethiopia.
Thou didst cleave the fountain in the flood. Thou driedst up mighty rivers. The day is thine, the night also is thine. Thou hast prepared the light and the sun. Thou hast set all the borders of the earth. Thou hast made summer and winter. Remember this, that the enemy hath reproached, O Lord, and that the foolish people have blasphemed thy name. O deliver not the soul of thy turtle dove unto the multitude of the wicked. Forget not the congregation of thy poor forever. Have respect unto the covenant. For the dark places of the earth are fully of the habitations of cruelty. O let not the oppressed return ashamed. Let the poor and needy praise thy name. Arise, O God, plead thine own cause. Remember how the foolish man reproacheth thee daily. Forget not the voice of thine enemies. The tumult of those that rise up against thee increaseth continually, 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 continually.
So here, the psalm in the season. Very, very interesting. Very, very interesting, those verses. It's a good thing we went through the Torah, kind of some of the detail of the Torah reading and feeding for the continuity from the previous, right? From the previous Torah reading and feedings. And here, bringing it to Joseph, even the Joseph connection from the birth of Joseph, right? But here in Psalm 74, it's interesting. It really resonates with this Torah reading and feeding. There's a couple of highlight verses we'd like to, make mention of. Just go over and make mention of right here. We're going to talk about the turtle dove, right? It's about the delivery of turtle dove. Which verse was that right there? Kind of remind me of Joseph. Joseph right there. Boom. Here's verse 19. Right here we go right here. Oh, deliver not. Here we go right here. Deliver not. Oh, deliver not the soul of thy turtle dove to the multitude. Now, of the wicked, the words in italicizations are not there in the Hebrew. Here we're in Psalm 74, right? Daily psalm here in the season, psalm corresponding here in the season for the second day, right? The second day of this Shabua for Wayyesheb, the ninth sabbatical study concerning Jacob and concerning Yosef and Joseph. So here we have a national lament, right? In the Torah reading and feeding, we have a patriarchal lament. We have Jacob, Yaakov, Jacob lamenting, right? Actually, Israel, as is mentioned in chapter 37, verse 3, it says, Israel love Yaakov. Israel love Joseph, Slika. Israel loved Joseph. And then in verse 13, again, Israel. So the weeping of the patriarch becomes the weeping of the people. You check that? It says, Maaseh Abot, the deeds of the fathers, Seman, Labanim, are Seman for the Banim, are signs for the sons. So, like the deeds of the patriarchs are signs, for the children, for the sons. So, here in Mizmor Ein Dalet, Psalm 70, the Hebrew letter Ein has a numerical value of 70, and Dalet is the fourth letter of the Hebrew alphabet. So Hebraically, we have Tehillim Perek Ein Dalet, or Psalm 74, Psalm LXXIV, and it's themed a national lament. And hear this verse right here. Oh, deliver not the soul of thy turtle dove to the multitude. Wasn't it the brothers that conspired? Right? I mean, all he told them was that sun and the moon and the 11 stars are going to bow down to. It's a dream. It's a vision. Right? Aren't they familiar? Even the patriarch Jacob, he had dreams and visions. Right? And these were for Israel's good, for the whole family's good. Forget not the congregation, right, of thy poor forever, right? And then Joseph is sold into the, down the now. He's sold down the now. Have respect to the covenant, for the dark places of the earth are full of the habitation of cruelty. But let's go up here. There's another verse here, right? It's verse 14. Verse 14 here, where it says the people inhabiting the wilderness. Let me see if any of these manuscripts, whether they bring out the Ethiopia connection. Right. You know what? You know what we'll do right here? Let's go right here. We'll go to the Greek. Let's go to the Greek. Right. Let's go to the Koine Greek. Here's where the Ethiopia connection. Right. Here we go right here. Translate. Right. Right there. Okay. Let's break that down to Greek. Let's go Greek. Right. Wow, I wasn't expecting this one here. I thought it would say, see, in the coin of Greek is Ethiopian, 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 right? Ethiopian, right? Ethiops, like Ethiops, Ethiopian, Ethiopian, right? But here they have Ethiopian perspective. See what it says Ethiopian perspective, right? Now it says Greek detected, right? Well, let's go more than Greek detected. Break it down. Okay, now here's the Greek, not the Greek detected, but Greek, right? Ethiopian perspective. Psalm 74:14, the Ethiopian perspective, right? So we just went there because in the Ge'ez is Ethiopia, and the Koine Greek that came from an ancient Hebrew manuscript is Ethiopian, right? It's Ethiopia. But let's see what the other ones say. The KJV says wilderness, right? The Hebrew word is tziyi, tziyi, right? The wilderness, right? The tziyi is what the Hebrew has: desert dweller, nomad, right? Wilderness, right? Let's go over here. It says desert creatures. Let's go over here. It says desert. It's what? It says the fishes of the sea. Don't know where they got that from. Right? Let's scroll down here. It says you feed him to the people who live along the coast. Nah. The NHEB, and you gave him as food to people right? And desert creatures. I don't know about that right there. Desert creatures. No, we favor what the good is and the Royal Amharic, the King of Kings Bible, and the LXX, right? We say that this here is correct right here, the Ethiopian perspective. But I just want you to get that part right there. That's one of the places where Ethiopia is found within the Psalms right there. One of the places that doesn't really come fully out in translation, and you see it right there. That's the highlighted word right there. Tus Ethiopian, Ethiopian, right? Tus Ethiopian. Just once again, if you're just coming in, check this out right here. Let's go to translate. Now there goes. Now here the Ethiopian, the other one that we did, it had the like Greek diacritical marks on it. That's why I came out to Ethiopian perspective, I guess. But here it says Ethiopian, 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 Ethiop, Ethiopian, Ethiopian. Right. So here, so this means that right in the earlier Hebrew translation. Thou breakest the heads of Leviathan in pieces and gave him, right, to be food to the people inhabiting the wilderness. Now, here's the question. When it says Ethiopia or Ethiopian, right, what is it meaning by Ethiopian, right? Is it just the narrow borders of the Mardin state, or is it a wider region? Check out some of those old maps, if you will. Right? You know, some even say that the continent or a large swath of the continent that's known as Africa, right? Actually, as the East Africa was that Ethiopian, that kind of wilderness. When you say wilderness, it's not saying a desert, right? But here they do say desert or those who inhabited the wilderness. Let's bring this out. It said Liz Siyim, right? Le'am Siyim, to the people of the Siyim. What is the Siyim? Siyah, of the dryness, drought. Wasn't there drought in Ethiopia? It was a drought, parched, dry, right? A solitary place, right? A wilderness, right? Or inhabiting, right? They said the wild beasts of the desert, right? That dwell in inhabiting the wilderness, right? We'll get into that more, but that's also another key verse right there. Now, when it says, Thou breakest the heads of Leviathan. Okay, we have a still right here, but I don't know if you can see that very well. Right there. You have to adjust the, do some adjustment, but we give thanks to the co-labor. We gradually getting better, working together, right? Leviathan. So here we want to go Leviathan, right? Leviathan in the book. I want you to see this here, right? Because the Psalm talk about Leviathan, right? Doesn't say Leviathan. And people say, well, what is Leviathan? There's a lot of different ideas and theories, but let's study Hebraically right here. Leviathan. Here we go. Leviathan. So to bring the scripture prophecy from then into these latter days and time, Leviathan most commonly refers to Thomas Hobbes' seminal 1651 philosophical work on government and social contract theory. We say, give us the teaching of His Majesty, because we don't want, right? No Leviathan philosophy. Anyway, we don't want no devil's philosophy. So what is the Leviathan here according to the Psalm? Right? According to the Psalm right here, it says, Thou breakest the heads of Leviathan. Doesn't it sound a little bit like Revelation, where it had the 7 heads on the beast, right? And the beast power being broken, by Messiah. Thou breakest the heads of Leviathan in pieces and gavest him, right, to be meat or food to the people, right, inhabiting the wilderness, right? All them hungry people in them countries, like, yeah, it was a drought, right? Because why? Well, why they hungry? Why they gotta be given food? That's the question, right? Why they gonna be given food? And who is this Leviathan? Right? So here in this psalm, do we have a prophecy in Psalm 74? Right? A maskil of Asaph, right? Let's break this down here. Let's break down Leviathan right here, right? So Leviathan, and then there's other kind of ideas of Leviathan, but we're going to the original Leviathan sense, right? So Leviathan from 1651. Okay, to say 1619 and 1600s, right? 1619, and then there was 1611, King James Version, 1619, once lost, now found over here, in the 1619, 400 years, all that, right? But we have the 1600. Now we have a philosopher. Very important. If you don't know who he is, just check out, like a kind of an overview. If you're curious, then get into more so you can know for yourself. Thomas Hobbes' Leviathan from 1651. Just like the KJV, the King James Version, shaped this latter day world, in spite of these new translations, you have to break down and bust down the King James Version. That there is the mainframe. They put those other ones there as a shield, as a shut. When you're trying to protect the main thing, and then you make clone and lookalikes to protect the main one. Yeah, the main one is 1611. In other words, that's the one we have to study alongside the Hebrew and the Greek to really unravel what has been raveled around us. Same thing with Leviathan, 1651. The genre was political philosophy, right? We say, right, give us a teaching of His Majesty. We don't want no devils. Philosophy. Okay, political philosophy. It's a political philosophy that basically is the core structure of the modern world. It's like in computer technology, there's like the source code. When you talk about the source code, what's behind the visual of technology, like the code. Yeah, this is part of the code here. Leviathan, 1651. The core idea. What's the core idea of Leviathan? So we can appreciate, no hate, no hate. Let's appreciate love, what it says here, and also the connection of inhabiting the wilderness with the Ethiopian, right? The Ethiopian, yeah, the Ethiopian. Thou breakest the heads of Leviathan, right, in pieces. Gavest him to be food to the people, right, inhabiting the wilderness. Mm. Now we can look at this a couple of ways, right? The wilderness here, though, is a different wilderness. It's parts of the wilderness that were dry. I'm talking about the wilderness of Israel. We can talk about the Israelites after the Exodus. They're going through the wilderness. We could talk about us, the wilderness of North America. We could look at it directly with the hidden part of the Ethiopian aspect. But before we get to the second part of the verse, let's address the first part of the verse. Who is Leviathan? Right? Let's find what the scripture defines Leviathan. Right? Here in the Hebrew, Leviathan, Lewiatan. Lewiatan. Oh my goodness, I just thought about it right here. Do you know, like, on some of the people who be doing like the Satanism, like the Church of Satan people, they have this sigil, this star, a 5-pointed star that's turned upside down, so they can simulate a goat's head and spook you out and make you afraid and stuff like that. Cause we slay goats and sheep. So what the hell? It's a goat, so we slay it. Come on now, you get it, But if you're not in the way, then the spookism is going to lead you astray, right? But Leviathan, right? Leviathan, if you're not in the way, then spookism will lead you astray, right? Leviathan, right? Leviathan. Here they say Leviathan, right? Leviathan is they say a sea monster, a dragon. Is it? Is it really? This is a guesstimate. They say it's a large aquatic animal. Okay, right? They say perhaps the extinct dinosaur or the plesiosaurus. The exact meaning, they say, is unknown. Right? Right? Now, Leviathan, right? It's a Hebrew word. Leviathan come from lawa. Lawa. Lawa is the root for Levi, right? Lawa, Lewi. Properly, Lewi. Martin, Levi. Levi, right? Levi, right? Martin, Lava. Ancient Lawa. Lawa means to join. You get the idea of joining. Remember when Leah, right? This show should be livicated to the matriarch Leah, right? After all, she is the matriarch of Judah, right? The tribe of Judah, right? But because here we're pointing to her again when she had her third son, Levi, she said, "Now shall Ishi, my husband, my man, be joined to me," right? Lawa, Lewi, right? right? Also to borrow, to lend. Levi, to join. The first meaning, primary, but the secondary, the Hebrew two truths, the secondary meaning, like the flip of the coin, so to speak, is to borrow, to lend, right? To borrow, to lend. But when we get to the roots, Strong's bring out often more of the roots because he goes to more of the Ethiopic, right? The gutters, or what you call the geese, but gutters, a primitive root properly to twine, twining, right? That is by implication to unite. So you know how you unite two like braids by braiding them, together. You twine them, you unite them, to remain. But also the secondary from that idea of taking two to twain them and unite them as one. The Hebraic sense of it goes into the business aspects of the use of the word to borrow. When you borrow, it's as a form of obligation, right? You're connected. You're tied into this, right? Because you borrow that, and you borrowed it on some collateral. If you don't give back, then you lose that. You know what I'm saying? Causatively is to lend, right? So the Yisrael in covenant will be the lender and not the borrower, right? In the higher level of covenant keeping. Yes, right? We'll say in an Israelite or a perfect world. You know what I'm saying? But here Strong says a wreath animal, a wreath animal. They said that is a serpent, especially the crocodile or some other large sea monster. Now notice what it says furthermore, y'all. Figuratively, the constellation of Draco, of Draco, of Draco, of Drake. Not that Drake, but who knows, Draco, right? The constellation of the dragon. Also, it says, as a symbol of Babylon. Okay, okay, okay. Leviathan, now also in the sense of mourning. So we have Leviathan. So Leviathan in the King James Version of the Bible is translated in two senses, directly as Leviathan and indirectly as mourning. Mourning. Ain't that interesting? As mourning. So one of the places in the King James Version where it says mourning, the underlying word is Leviathan or Leviathan. All right. But I just thought of something right here. Let me see if I can show you something right here. Okay, let's first deal with this, and then we're going to deal with Leviathan on the satanic sigil of the goat's head. I should probably deal with that one first right there. Well, no, this right here, we just deal with this right here, right? Core idea of Leviathan. It argues for a strong, sovereign, absolute monarch. This is how the United Kingdom, called Britain, right, and the Anglo-American world order came to power to rule nearly 3/4 of the earthly plane. In other words, the Anglo-American, England, America, from out of England, Britain, America, Anglo-American, WASP, white Anglo-Saxon, Protestant, English-speaking, has historically ruled or conquered to some sense, overtly, economically, or otherwise, 3/4 of the known world. That means 75, at least 75%. Wow. You got to say wow to that. But part of that is because of one's political philosophy, like Thomas Hobbes' Leviathan. So you think when Thomas Hobbes decided in 1651 to write a book called Leviathan, since at that time, the English were kind of becoming Protestant, white Anglo-Saxon Protestant, and they was moving out of Catholicism, and they was looking at the Catholic Church to be Babylon, and the Pope and all of that, you know what I'm saying? And now he comes with this book, Leviathan, right? It's not a religious book, but he's taking from the religious, the so-called, Bible, and now he's creating a philosophy to be used in the so-called secular, the seclorum. And in America in 1776 would compliment, what their mama did and call it Nouveau Ordo Seclorum, New World Order. It's amazing. People trying to run away from that and talk about a New World Order is coming. Don't you recognize what already is? You know what I mean? It's like a bird in hand. If there's one in the bush, then deal with the one in hand, and then the one come out the bush, you can deal with that one. If you miss the one in hand, then the one out the bush is going to get you too, because you missed what was right before you. But anyway, the core idea is argues for a strong, sovereign, absolute monarchy to maintain order and prevent humanity's return to a chaotic, quote, state of nature. I kid you not, y'all. I kid you not. Right? They say that a chaotic state of nature. What the hell? What the hell? Exactly. Right? Chaotic state of nature. This is when the white supremacy was rising up. This is when this system of things, this Anglo-American, white Anglo-Saxon pride, when people talk about the system, what is the system? Right? From its Greco-Roman roots, based on the idea of a social contract. So a contract is a covenant. Did you know? So a social contract is a social covenant. Now, the significance of Thomas Hobbes' Leviathan, right? The significance is it's a foundational text. Like the King James Bible is a foundational text, right? In Western psycho-spiritual religious, right, thought, right? As Thomas Hobbes' Leviathan, 1651, is a foundational text in Western political thought. You see what they're doing with the so-called New World Order? They are trying to upgrade the Old World Order. That's all it is. While how can we say? It's like when they do implosions. Like when they do an implosion on a building. The whole place doesn't fall down, but if you see the implosion, you're like, oh my God, it's all falling apart. No, they want that to come down so they can put something better, because they find that worked for a while, but it's not working no more. They have to build a better trap. You know what I'm saying? You got to build a better trap. These birds are getting away, right? Significance, a foundational text in Western political thought. Exploring human nature, authority, and the role of the state. Like ones really don't know like how important. Now they have some other kind of stuff that kind of builds off of that idea, these other Leviathan ideas. But that's not the fundamental one. You want to go to the root. You know what I mean? And here, let me try to show you Leviathan. Right? Let me try. Here we go, right here. This is Leviathan. Let me do this right here. Give me one moment. Let me grab one, right, or two good pictures so we can zoom in, because it's important that you get to see, right, you zoom in, right? We got to zoom in so you can get to see the fuller picture, right? This is the word art on top of the book that he had from back in them days, right? Right here, here. Let's get the one with the Christ. Now it seems that Christ he's holding in his hand, that kind of scepter staff. They used to be like what the popes in them would use. So it's like England, right, moved away from the Pope to become a greater political power than the Pope, if you think about it. You know what I mean? But it's still a part of that overall. Here we go, right here. Here we go. Can you see this well? Can you see this well? Let me clear the screen. All right. Do you see something right here? This is the cover of Leviathan, right? The book that shaped this system of things, right? And the system of things worked well for 400 something years. New technology, other things come out, they have to make course corrections, right? So they have to keep the people in the fear. So they say, watch out, the New World Order is coming, right? A global order is coming. There's already a global order. The global order is already here. Okay, try to travel without a passport, right? And no private plane. Let me say that right there. Try to travel without a passport and no private plane. How far are you going to get? Why can't you just walk around? Did Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob need passports? You don't need to check in, make sure the documents was verified, how long you going to be here, so forth and so on. What are you carrying with you? Can we inspect your bags? None of that, right? But notice here, this is Leviathan. You see close up? This is a whole bunch of people. You see what's going on? You know how the church, it says that we are members of the body of Christ? So this is like a kind of antichrist idea. Look at this. All these people are members of this body of this Leviathan. Look at this crazy stuff going on. Look at, we get a better picture. We can zoom in. All these people. All in all, you're just another brick in the wall. You remember that one there? But notice, in one hand, he has a sword, right? And in the next hand, he has the kreuzer. Is it kreuzer? I never got the pronunciation of that word quite right, But it's that thing that the rulers and the popes, it's like the Eurocentric scepter of authority. So that's a scepter to rule, like that's a state there. And you see the other arm is the sword. So if you don't respect the state, if you don't bow to the rod of the state, then you get the sword. All right, And now notice this is coming over the horizon. Look at this crazy picture coming over the horizon. You see how people have moved away from the country, away from nature, because nature, you don't want to be out in nature. And now people want to get back into nature, but move everybody into the city. People sold farms and lands and inheritances of many generations to get a little room, apartment, a co-op, a little apartment, you know what I mean, on top of a little square foot of land. Not even they left all this wide land for a little high rise in the sky. Right? This is all part of the Leviathan right here. How are they going to rule the world? Right? Right? Setting up the system of rulership. Right? And notice these symbols here. Right? They got the castle. I don't know if that's a church or a school. Churches were schools and schools were churches. Think about it in England. A lot of their colleges, like Oxford, it looks like a big church. You look like all this, even the Harry Potter stuff, like a castle church. So you see how they have multi-purpose, right? You see on one side is the crown, right? Is the crown of the king and the castle of the king, and on the other side is the church, right? And is the mitre, the Dagon, is that Dagon, the Dagon mitre of the Pope. On one side, right there is the cannon, right? On the other side is the lightning bolts. I think that was like the it's kind of like the European cherubim kind of symbol, like they're working with spiritual power too, right? So like the spiritual power on one side, right, of certain entities, symbolized by, Satan fell like lightning. That's why over here, if you notice, it has this lightning. But I'll find the right name. It's like a way of symbolizing like either cherubim or types of uh remember Satan was a cherub. Satan was a cherub. Satan was a cherub. But you notice, but it's talking about the spiritual power, the different powers on the different sides, right? The temporal power and the spiritual power, right? Combining the temporal power and the religious power, right? The so-called church and state. Remember, we keep talking about Zion, 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 and what and where is Zion, right? Symbol of the sanctuary and the kingdom, the Davidic covenant kingdom, Ark of the Covenant sanctuary. You check that right there. So this is the Leviathan. Just want to show you this contrast, right? Spiritual weapons on one side, right? Religious, quote, psychological and spiritual weapons on one side, secular, monetary, and means of war and government on the other side, right? The balance of powers. So this is what Thomas Hobbes, he philosophized how to create a perfect system. And for almost 400 years, though he was not perfect himself, but they almost came close and have come close to what he has philosophized. That's why this is called a foundational text. Now, there's one other thing about the Leviathan I want you to get, because I listen to others and they don't really connect the dots, and that is so disappointing, right? Let's go over here. Let's go Leviathan. Let's go over here, Leviathan, right? Not the book, but let's say Leviathan. Let's see what they call it, the pentagram, right? What's called a pentagram, right? Right? The pentagram. Now they call that the sigil of Baphomet, right? Of Baphomet, right? Right? So here, this symbol here, right? I want to show you something on here, right? So if you are, how can I say, if you're scared, well, go to church. Scared, go to church. You know what I'm saying? Be the church. You know what I mean? Be the temple. All right. So it's Holy Spirit being there. You don't have to be afraid. All right. I'm gonna get a couple of these pictures here, and I want to show you something on this right here. All right. I'm trying to find one where they might explain it, but I don't think they explain it right here. although I have put that in the search. Okay, let's use this one right here. We'll use this one right here. All right. So let's go over here back to this one right here. Okay. You see this right here? All right. Yeah. Don't be afraid. All right. It's like, all right, the spookism, right? Now notice, there is the L, Hebraic L, right? Right, right, right. So here, let's see, okay, yeah. So here's the L. So when you go counterclockwise, going counterclockwise around this spells Leviathan. So you see those, okay, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 5 letters around the side of this, right? 5 Hebraic letters, right? So from the chin of the goat's chin, going counterclockwise, right? Going counterclockwise. So it's the L counterclockwise. The next point is the W, right? Or V. The next point is the Y, right? Or I, right? The Y. The next point is the tau, the T, right? The next point, the last point is the N. So around this symbol also is Leviathan, right? Is Leviathan. So let's go back to our scripture verse right here again. So we're showing you Leviathan within the real world, right? So these people talking about politics and secularism, they chose a biblical name. You know what I mean? Kind of like to put it all in your face, right? Thou breakest, but here's the good news, right? Yahweh Eloheinu Bashem Yeshua HaMoshiach, right? Thou breakest the heads of Leviathan in pieces. That's the good news right there. Breakest the heads of Leviathan and gavest him to be meat or food to the people inhabiting the wilderness. Now look over here. You remember with the Leviathan cover right here? We zoom in and we see there's a whole bunch of people that make up his body. So the body of this Gentile golem, this is like a Gentile golem. Look it up, a golem. Golem is a Judaic kind of a mystic make believe figure, but it's real, right? Because they that's what they did with Leviathan, right? The system, it's not real, but it is real. That's why it says, and the other beast, it is, but it is not. Right? It's not really, but people believe it is, so their belief, their imagination, makes it so. Right? As a man thinketh in his heart, that one there. So the people inhabiting the wilderness. So remember, this is the ones who are. This is the system of things, right? The system of things, unjust gain, all of that. But not to dwell too much on that, but I wanted to bring out that verse and just to kind of put Leviathan into a more real world context. 'Cause a lot of people spook. Oh, that's some sea monster. That's some sea monster. Well, the Leviathan, right, was thought Hebraically, Leviathan was thought, right, Hebraically in ancient Hebrew Judaic times to be a seven-headed monster. This is why when we look at Revelation and we look at the figure in Revelation from a Hebrew Torah Scott, like you're studying the scripts and understanding the way, you recognize that what's in Revelation links with this Leviathan. And the breaking of the heads of Leviathan here is pointing to the breaking of the beast of this Babylon system of things there. Right? So just to point that out right there. Right? And then when it says thou dividest the sea by thy strength, remember that the Anglo-American world order, where it says Britain rules the waves, right? It says Britannia rules the waves. They said Britannia would never be no slave. Yet they would introduce slavery, right? Slavery, right, to the world. They would introduce slavery, right? The worst form of servant bondmanhood, dehumanization of human beings. Yes, there were always servants, even bond servants, ones that you got by war. You beat them, now they had to serve you. But people never treated people the way that Slavs were treated, the Europeans, and definitely not the way the lost sheep, lost found were treated. So it's not the same thing. Stop. That's why it says, "Oh God, how long shall the adversary reproach? Right? Shall the czar, right? The czar reproach? Shall the enemy blaspheme? Right? Thy name forever." You know what I mean? But here, notice this verse over here, the 8th verse. They said in their hearts, "Let us destroy them together." Right? They have burned up the synagogues of Elohim, of El, the synagogues of God. You see that right there? They burned up the synagogue. See, if you only read Revelation 2:9 and 3:9, you might get confused. We're talking about the synagogue of Satan. So I say, hey, let's have our own synagogue. They go, "Oh, you want us to be a synagogue of Satan?" Because see, they only read in 2:9, 3:9. Right? They only have half of. They only can see half of the picture. They only can see half of the picture. You know what I'm saying? That's like a quarter. They said in their hearts, "Let us destroy them together." They have burned up all the synagogues of God, not the synagogues of Satan, but the synagogues of El, the synagogues of the true good, the true God in the land. So when they burn up the synagogues of the true God, then they can set up their synagogues of Satan. You get it? You get it? All right. That's why we see not our signs. Right? No more is there any prophet. Right? Neither amongst us any that knoweth how long. I mean, they can go research it. Go AI it. See if AI can tell you. Ask AI if it can tell you. AI probably will get a better idea than most people because AI does put together study. You know what I mean? That's what it says, study to show ourselves approved. Right? But be that as it may, right? This is an interesting psalm right here. Not going to go through it as we have before. We can, but just due to the time right here, just a kind of overview. You know? Yeah. Let's rise up to chant right here. Today's daily psalm, right? For the second day of the Shabbat, right? Here. Shema Yisrael.
Shalom, Chaverim. Here we have today's daily psalm. We have Psalm 9 according to the royal order of Ethiopian Hebrews, after the order of Melchizedek, the righteous king, even the King of Kings, Kedemah, Haile Selassie, HaKadosh, Baruch Hashem, 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 Hashem.
All right, so let's start with the Royal Amharic to the English right here. Royal Amharic first, and then we'll hit the Hebrew right here. Shema Yisrael, Psalm 70, Psalm 74. Psalm 74 right here. Where's the Amharic? Give me one moment. I had it right there. Oh, there we go. Yes.
Next, nor never, and the holy mankind will kill too much of a brother. Looking on yourself, my brother, let's live together. And then we all are.
Discipleship Radio.
መዝሙር 73 በቅንፍ 74 የአሳፍ ትምህርት። አቤቱ ስለምን ለዘወትር ጣልኸን? በማሰማሪያህ በጎች ላይ ቁጣህን ስለምን ተቆጣህ? አስቀድመህ የፈጠርሃትን ማህበርህን የተቤዠሃትንም የርስትህን በትር በእርሷ ያደርህባትንም የጽዮንን ተራራ አስብ። ጠላት በቅዱሳንህ ላይ እንደ ከፋ መጠን ሁል ጊዜ በትዕቢታቸው ላይ እጅህን አንሳ። ጠላቶችህ በበዓልህ መካከል ተመኩ፣ የማያውቁትንም ምልክታቸው አደረጉ። እንደ ላይኛው መግቢያ ውስጥ በዱር እንዳሉም እንጨቶች በመጥረቢያም በሮቿን ሰበሩ። እንዲሁ በመጥረቢያና በመዶሻ ሰበሯት። መቅደስህን በእሳት አቃጠሉ። የስምህንም ማደሪያ በምድር ውስጥ አረከሱ። አንድ ሆነው በልባቸው በየሕዝባቸው ኑ የእግዚአብሔርን በዓሎች ከምድር እንሻራሉ። ምልክታችንን አናይም፣ ከእንግዲህም ወዲህ ነቢይ የለም። እስከ መቼ እንዲኖር የሚያውቅ በእኛ ዘንድ የለም። አቤቱ ጠላት እስከ መቼ ይሳደባል? ስምህን ጠላት ሁል ጊዜ ያቃልላልን? ቀኝህን በብብትህ መካከል እጅህንም ፈጽመህ ለምን ትመልሳለህ? እግዚአብሔር ግን ከዓለም አስቀድሞ ንጉሥ ነው። በምድርም መካከል መድኃኒትን አደረገ። አንተ ባሕርን በኃይልህ አጸናሃት። አንተ የእባቦችን ራስ በውሃ ውስጥ ሰበርህ። አንተም የዘንዶውን ራሶች ቀጠቀጥ። ለኢትዮጵያ ሰዎችም ምግባቸውን ሰጠሃቸው። አንተ ምንጮቹንና ፈሳሾቹን ሰነጠቅ። አንተ ሁል ጊዜ የሚፈሱትን ወንዞች አደረቅ። ቀኑ ያንተ ነው፣ ሌሊቱም ያንተ ነው። አንተ ፀሐዩንና ጨረቃውን አዘጋጀህ። አንተ የምድርን ዳርቻ ሁሉ ሠራህ። በጋንም ክረምትንም አንተ አደረግ። ይህን ፍጥረትህን አስብ። ጠላት እግዚአብሔርን ተላገደ። ሰነፍ ሕዝብም ስሙን አስቆጣ። የምትገዛልህን ነፍስ ለአራዊት አትስጣት። የችግረኞችህን ነፍስ ለዘወትር አትርሳ። ወደ ኪዳንህ ተመልከት። የምድር የጨለማ ስፍራዎች በኃጥአን ቤቶች ተሞልተዋልና ችግረኛ አፍሮ አይመለስ። ችግረኛና ምስኪን ስምህን ያመሰግናሉ። አቤቱ ተነስ፣ በቀልህንም ተበቀል። ሰነፎች ሁል ጊዜ የተላገዱህን አስብ። የባሪያዎችህንም ቃል አትርሳ። የጠላቶችህ ኩራት ሁል ጊዜ ወደ አንተ ይወጣል።
Discipleship Radio.
It says there's Psalm 74, a national lament, a national lamentation. Verse 14, Ethiopia hidden in the text right there. That was a royal mark from the Metzaf Kedus, the Book of the Seven Seals, the Authorized Revised Amharic Bible of Gormawi, Kadamawi, Haile Selassie, Siyum, Exab, and Negus, and Neges, Ethiopia, Moa Anbesa, the Negeda Yehuda. Here to the Ivri, to the Hebrew, right here, version.
Nor never, and the holy mankind will kill too much of a brother. Looking on yourself, my brother, let's live together. And then we all
Come be a part of
Torah and LOJ and Line of Jews Society.
where Hebrew feels like home.
מזמור עין ד' משכיל לאסף. למה אלוהים זנחת לנצח? יעשן אפך בצאן מרעיתך. זכור עדתך קנית קדם, גאלת שבט נחלתך. הר ציון זה שכנת בו. הרימה פעמך למשועות נצח. כל הרע אויב בקודש. שאגו צורריך בקרב מועדיך, שמו אותותם אותות. יוודע כמביא למעלה, בסבך עץ קרדומות. ועתה פיתוחיה יחד, בחשיל וחלפות יהלומון. שלחו באש מקדשך, לארץ חיללו משכן שמך. אמרו בליבם נינם יחד, שרפו כל מועדי אל בארץ. אותותינו לא ראינו, אין עוד נביא, ולא איתנו יודע עד מה. עד מתי אלוהים יחרף צר, ינאץ אויב שמך לנצח. למה תשיב ידך וימינך, מקרב חיקך חלה. ואלוהים מלכי מקדם, פועל ישועות בקרב הארץ. אתה פוררת ועוזך ים, שיברת ראשי תנינים על המים. אתה ריצצת ראשי לוויתן, תתננו מאכל לעם לציים. אתה בקעת מעיין ונחל, אתה הובשת נהרות איתן. לך יום אף לך לילה, אתה הכינות מאור ושמש. אתה הצבת כל גבולות ארץ, קיץ וחורף אתה יצרתם. זכור זאת אויב, חרף אדוני, ועם נבל ניעצו שמך. אל תיתן לחיית נפש תורך, חיית ענייך אל תשכח לנצח. הבט לברית, תמלאו מחשקי ארץ, נאות חמאס. אל ישוב דח נכלם, עני ואביון יהללו שמך. קומה אלוהים ריבה ריבך, זכור חרפתך מני נבל כל היום. אל תשכח כל צורריך, שעון קמך עולה תמיד, 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 תמיד.
Yes, yes, yes. May the poor and needy praise Isaiah thy name. Yeah, hallelujah, Shemeka, hallelujah. Hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah. Yes, yes, that verse there. Yeah, hallelujah, yeah, hallelujah. We say hallelujah, praise your, boast your, yeah, hallelujah, Shemeka, yeah, hallelujah, Shemeka. That's in verse Psalm 74. Right, it says, "Oh, make not the downpressed turn back in confusion. May the poor and needy praise thy name. Arise, O Elohim. Arise, plead thine own cause, plead even for the nations, plead before the nations, the League of Nations, United Nations, plead thy own cause." Right here. That's verse 21, 22. Remember thy reproach, right, all the day at the hand of base men, of foolish men. Forget not the voice of thine adversaries, the tumult of those that rise up against thee, that ascendeth. They go high. What's this? How Edom and Esau, he ascends high up, he drives up to the stars, that ascendeth continually. So right here, let's bring out the last right here, just the English dubs. They went from the Royal Amharic, the Amharic, right, of the Authorized Revised Amharic Bible, and here with verse 14, right, the Ethiopian connection, Shema Yisrael. Yes.
Discipleship Radio.
Sorry, brother. Looking on yourself, my brother. Let's work together, and then we all are.
Psalm 74. O God, why hast thou cast us off forever? Why doth thine anger smoke against the sheep of thy pasture? Remember thy congregation, which thou hast purchased of old, the rod of thine inheritance, which thou hast redeemed, this Mount Zion, wherein thou hast dwelt. Lift up thy feet unto the perpetual desolations, even all that the enemy hath done wickedly in the sanctuary. Thine enemies roar in the midst of thy congregations. They set up their ensigns for signs. A man was famous according as he had lifted up axes upon the thick trees. But now they break down the carved work thereof at once with axes and hammers. They have cast fire into thy sanctuary. They have defiled by casting down the dwelling place of thy name to the ground. They said in their hearts, let us destroy them together. They have burned up all the synagogues of God in the land. We see not our sign. There is no more any prophet, neither is there among us any that knoweth. How long? How long? How long? How long? O God, how long shall the adversary reproach? Shall the enemy blaspheme thy name forever? Why withdrawest thou thy hand, even thy right hand? Pluck it out of thy bosom. For God is my King of old, working salvation in the midst of the earth. Thou didst divide the sea by thy strength. Thou breakest the heads of the dragons in the waters. Thou breakest the heads of Leviathan in pieces, and gavest him to be meat to the people inhabiting the wilderness. In the wilderness.
Ethiopia, 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 Ethiopia.
Thou didst cleave the fountain and the flood. Thou driedst up mighty rivers. The day is thine, the night also is thine. Thou hast prepared the light and the sun. Thou hast set all the borders of the earth. Thou hast made summer and winter. Remember this, that the enemy hath reproached, O Lord, and that the foolish people have blasphemed thy name. O deliver not the soul of thy turtle dove unto the multitude of the wicked. Forget not the congregation of thy poor forever. Have respect unto the covenant. For the dark places of the earth are fully of the habitations of cruelty. Oh, let not the oppressed return ashamed. Let the poor and needy praise thy name. Arise, O God, plead thine own cause. Remember how the foolish man reproacheth thee daily. Forget not the voice of thine enemies. The tumult of those that rise up against thee increaseth continually, 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 continually.
All right, Mike. My mic was off right there. But Ethiopia hidden here, Psalm 74:14. Apologies right there. Psalm 74:14, just a little bit more right here. Forgot that we had these kind of these slides here just to show you. So the phrase Ethiopia appears in some translations. It appears in the Septuagint, the Koine Greek from, ancient manuscripts and Alexandria, Judeo-Coptic land right there. We have the Septuagint where we touched on this earlier, Ethiopian. We brought that out, where it states you gave him as food to the Ethiopian nations, right? Essentially interpreting Leviathan. We touch on Leviathan, Thomas Hobbes was 1651, his political philosophy. Also, we found that on the so-called satanic, the synagogue of Satan or the church of Satan, their sigil, where they try to spook you out with the goat's head, but for Hebrews and for Israelites, we slay goats and sheep. So what is that? But what they put on top of there, let me show you again, right here. This is it right here. Let's just bring this out once again right here. Here is Leviathan. Let's clear the screen. Written from the goat's chin, going counterclockwise is the letters Leviathan, right? How interesting, right? But what does the verse say in verse 14? Verse 14 of the Psalm, it says right here, thou crushest. It says breaketh, but actually in the Hebrew, thou crush the heads of Leviathan. Ata, you male and none other. Ritzatzta, you crush. Rashe, the rases, Leviathan. You crush the heads of Leviathan. Now notice they have a goat's head I guess that's to spook somebody out right there, and then they turn, they turn the feminine star upside down. They turn the woman on her head, right? Ata ritzatsta, Rashe Lewiatan, Rashe, thou didst crush the heads of Leviathan. So around this sigil right here is from the chin is the L, and then going counterclockwise is the W, some say V, then going to the horn, right, on your right hand side is the Y, then going to the horn on the left hand side is the T, right, the Tav, and then going to that's the ear or whatever it is on the left hand side is the noon. So we have Liwayatan. And then it goes on to say, thou gavest him to be food, right, to the folk, to the people inhabiting the wilderness. But as we show right here, let's move on from that. That's crushed, crush that right there. Here in 74:14, the phrase Ethiopia appears in some translations. So in the Authorized Revised Amharic Bible of His Majesty, in the Gutters Bible, right, in the Septuagint, in the Vulgate, in most of the ancient versions, and that would mean also in the ancient scripts, the ancient Hebrew script that was the source for the Septuagint, right? That was translated in Egypt, Ptolemy's Alexander, Egypt, by the Judeo-Coptic community there. We have this right here. So I just want to show this. We show this. Just want to just narrate this. Just go to the next one right here. Go to the next slide right here. So here's the verse. Thou hast broken the heads of the dragon or Leviathan, right? Basically, another view of it is this right here, right? Leviathan, right? The dragon, as we have even in the Revelation. Remember the the seven the seven-headed monster, right? Thou hast broken the heads of the dragon, or according to the Hebrew, of Lewiatan, Leviathan. Thou hast given him to be food for the peoples of the desert, right? So some versions say deserts, right? But the Koine Greek said Ethiopian, and therefore the Septuagint, the Vulgate, the Gutters, the Ethiopic, so we want to just bring out that, that loss in translation aspect right there. Let's go into the next meme. Go to the next meme right here. Okay, this is the full of what was said earlier. Essentially, Leviathan mentioned in the verse as a symbol of an enemy. I would say the enemy that Elohim, that God, Yahweh Eloheinu, defeated, right? And the Ethiopians being the beneficiaries. So here it states that the Ethiopians being the beneficiaries, right? This is the ancient view, yeah. Not the white Anglo-Saxon Protestant. So the white Anglo-Saxon Protestant was the KJV. Some things they kind of scrubbed, right? They scrubbed some things, right? But let's go on. Being the beneficiaries of this defeat by receiving their land as food or spoils of war. However, most modern translations, you get it? Most modern translation, most latter day translations, right? Simply say creatures of the wilderness. Now, ain't this some shite? It clearly says the people, right, of the wilderness, or the Siyim in the Hebrew. It clearly says the people of Ethiopia, right, or the Ethiopians in the other versions. But let's go on. The creatures of the wilderness, or similar, not specifically mentioning, talking about the later versions, right, specifically mentioning Ethiopia. And we have to ask, well, why is that? Because Amos 9 and 7, are you not as the children of the Ethiopians unto me, O children of Israel? So key points about this verse 14, Psalm 74. This is the main focus of the verse, Leviathan, representing a powerful, they say, sea monster, What's the anthem of old Britannia? Britannia, um, Britannia rules the waves. Great Britannia, Britannia, the seat of the Anglo-American this world order, rules the waves. So for daughter, Babylon, the daughter of Babylon, America, Upper and Lower Egypt. But what it says right here, it says a powerful sea monster. Right? I mean, they were monsters of the sea, controlling what? Nearly 3/4, nearly 75% of the earthly plane in history. And these, what the Bible calls, in these times of the Gentiles. We're in the times of the Gentiles. The end of the times of the Gentile is the end of Esau's foot. Right? He loses his foot. Right? Often seen as a symbol of evil or God's enemies. Ain't this something? So God's enemies, when God defeats his enemies, who benefits? According to the ancient view, the Ethiopian. That's why Amos 9:7 says, "Are you not as the children of Israel?" Right? Because they probably wonder, well, why is the Ethiopians benefiting here? So the prophet Amos says, "Aren't you like them unto me?" So Yahweh is saying to me, don't care what the world be saying, but unto me in our relationship. So God's enemies, the symbol of evil, God's enemies, interpretation. Some scholars interpret the Ethiopians in this verse as a reference to the Egyptian enemies of Israel. The Egyptian enemies of Israel. What scholars are these? I like to see what they are scholaring, what they are sculling, like to see their skull, right? Who could be seen as being given as food to the wilderness creatures after their defeat? No. Modern translations, most modern translations do not specifically mention Ethiopia, instead referring to the creature of the wilderness, some similar wording. Right? They're like blah blah blah. Instead of saying Ethiopian, they're like blah blah blah. So the people are blah blah blah. This is how they do it, right? But here, once again, you have this verse right here, just to bring it out, right here, to bring it out right there, food for the people. Yeah, just interesting how, the prophecy and the reality, right? So we have to see the reality in terms of the true prophecy. But anyway, brothers and sisters and brothers, right here, we've been pushing it for a moment right here. Yeah, and so we're gonna seal up right here. I like to seal up with this tune right here, Sister Sojourner. Understand this Psalm 37. It's a Hebrew reggae tune right here. Shua Shalom, Shabua Tov, y'all. A good Shabua, Bashem Yeshua HaMoshiach. Of course, this Torah reading and feeding that we have right here. We are in Wayyesheb, picking up with basically from chapter 37 to chapter 40 of Genesis for this Torah reading and feeding. But here, Sister Sojourner, here on the outro, understand this.
A long time me I try to understand why we people in the condition of poverty and slavery, based up, jacked up mentality. Blind eyes can't see, no. Blind ears don't see. Me find it in a Genesis. Make me try back and try to understand this. A man named Abraham, Isaac and Jacob, him did have 12 sons with enough children. 70 souls was all of them. Gone down in Egypt, they multiply. Word of the Most High, good and never lie. After much time, remember them. Moses down there, so fi deliver them. There was only one problem. Say only one problem. Israel love them idolatry, them captivity, them poverty and harlotry. Why do the people perish? Do you understand it? The families I ask the Most High, cause we really want to understand why. Why do the people perish? Do you understand it? Go on your knees and ask the Most High if you really want to understand why. When them walk out them walk out, them was unfaithful. Made a covenant, them never really keep it. Said the words, but them never really mean it. Mount Sinai was not a secret. 10 words, glory, we did see it. What's wrong with Israel? What's wrong with Israel? Why do the people perish? Do you understand it? They put me knees so I ask them more side, cause me really want to understand why. It's time to turn around. Do you hear the sound? Time to turn around. Do you hear the sound? Time for turn around. Do you hear the sound? Get down, bend, don't lay, don't face on the ground. No time for play around. No time for games, can't mess around. Are we are the problem? Are we always the cause then? Turn it back on the creator. I know how we are the ones who say Babylon a hater. Them coulda never touch the anointed. Them coulda never touch the one who the most high appointed. How we fall from grace, we turn your face. No what time for turn back and win the race. Why do the people perish? Do you understand it? They put me knees so I ask them most high, cause we really want to understand why. Sean is all records.
Discipleship Radio.
Come be a part of.
Torah and OJ and Line of Jews Society.
Where Hebrew feels like home.
Lion of Judah shall break every chain.